right, everybody. Welcome to our UFC 307 watch along. I am Goze. Gorgeous George will be joining me here in a sec. He's got some little connection issues, but we're working through those right now. Big fights tonight. I'm so excited to be here with you. We like to get here a little early to kind of get our feet wet. You know, there's a couple fights here that I think are totally worth actually even getting here earlier than what we did, because this fight card is going under the radar a little bit. I think it has a lot of potential. Yes, we may see some decisions here and there. That could very well happen. But I think they'll be good fights. So I'm really, really excited for this. Gorgeous George is here. What's up, George?
How you doing?
I'm good, dummy. How are you?
Man, I can't believe what happened to Carla Esparza.
Yeah, that's not the storybook ending, but you know, the little vignette that they did for her afterwards, and the reaction from the crowd, even making Joe Rogan get teary-eyed, I thought was pretty cool. So hopefully that I saw the look in her face, and to me, she looked like somebody that was gonna say, I can't go out like this. I gotta keep going.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the vignette that they showed afterwards, Joe Rogan, the fans, maybe she just said, you know what, I'll just walk out like this. It was nice. She had her baby with her in the octagon, a little Cookie Monster outfit. So props to Carla Esparza, just a wonderful career that she's had. She's one of those fighters that I think did a little bit of both, in the sense where she can call herself a pioneer, somebody that opened doors for everyone else, but she also benefited from some of the things that she did, you know, these higher paydays, these positions on, like, you know, being able to go on a show like The Ultimate Fighter, stuff like that. You look at certain fighters that did so much for the sport that probably didn't cash out on some of the big things that have happened in our sports since then. I think Carla Esparza was able to get the best of both worlds. So props to her, and congratulations.
Yeah, and you know, aside from winning the title 8 years apart twice, she was also a champ at Invicta. And just seemed like wherever she went, she succeeded. That's pretty legit. You know what I mean? To be able to. So she won Ultimate Fighter in conjunction with You're Now the New Champ. And then, you know, for 8 years, because she wasn't really we'll say a fan favorite nor a promotional favorite. So she had to take the long road to get back there. She does it. She wins. Now, granted, this is where too many fans like to isolate. That fight wasn't great, right, against Rose, but it took those two to not tango. But she won, you know. So to tie in what you were saying earlier, I'm not gonna say that one was a gift, because it was too close to call, because it was just a fight that didn't have much activity. But I wonder if things just maybe balanced out there, you know, because remember, that was like 1 week before her wedding or something like that.
That's a dangerous game to play, isn't it?
It is risky, but it you know, a lot of things worked out for her. The timing, like you said, the only thing that didn't work out was she made one pit stop at Bellator, and that was a nice tournament that they had put together with the great Megumi Fujii participating as well. And I'll look it up, because when you guys hear the names, you'll go, damn, that was a good tournament.
I think Zoila Frosto was in it. Megumi Fujii. What's the girl? Was Jag in that one too?
She was. In fact, I think Jag won it. But you know what? I can pull it up real quick, because we might as well get it right. But it was, I don't know, I thought it was impressive. Let's see here. So imagine if she would have been able to win that along, and that was it. Like, for strawweights, that was as good as you could get, you know, that tournament or whatever it was called. So she would have, you know, won all those belts. That would have been pretty amazing, honestly.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I have it right here. That night, it was, wow, wait to hear some of the names. Jessica Aguilar did beat Carla Esparza. And no, I don't have the tournament. Sorry. You know what we need to do, though, is while I look for this, why don't we at least get our pick in for the next fight? Because obviously the fans like it when we give our picks We're usually more hot than we're cold, especially Goze as of late. So I think we should do that, and then I'll search for this. But I think people will say, okay, that was worth it, because there really was some good names. We got Ior Poteria against Cesar Almeida. Goze. Who do you like?
Ooh, I'm making the first pick?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. Let me pull up your odds for this fight. Poteria is plus 350. Almeida is minus 450. I mean, no brainer here. I think you got to go Cesar Almeida minus the 450. I think he gets it done in the distance, which is something that I was kind of preaching at the beginning, that not very many of these fights will. I think a lot of them can have the potential to go to the distance, but I think this particular one, I think we're going to see a finish here. So I'm going to go with Almeida.
Okay. All right. I think that's the right pick. I remember seeing this guy fight and being very, very impressed, even though he has way less the amount of experience. He looks like the real deal. But we'll get back to that in just a second. I'll get this out of the way, and then I think we can move on. Oh, man, I thought I found it. Hold on a second. Maybe not. I'll have to keep searching. But they reference it here. And so I thought it was available to me. Let's go over some of the wins. Sorry, some of the fights that have taken place already. So we mentioned Tisha Pennington, formerly Tisha Torres. She defeated Carla Esparza via split decision. And then Ryan Spann just beat Ovin St. Preux right before we came on. And I wonder if Ovin St. Preux might be done as well, Goze, because I think he's now fighting in his 40s as well.
Mm-hmm. I would think so. Well, but the other question too is like, how many opportunities is the UFC going to give him? Because he's kind of working off a name that was more prominent about 6 years ago, right? He's just never been able to really keep momentum. He'll show you really good things, and then he'll have a really bad performance. So whether or not it's by his decision, I think the UFC is probably getting a little close to saying, hey, bud, I don't know that the juice is worth the squeeze anymore. I'm sure they probably give him a pretty decent paycheck at this point. So it might be the UFC that makes that decision this time.
You talking about Vince?
Yeah.
He's 27-18 as of right now. But, yeah, his last few years haven't gone too well. Now, he did look good in that fight against Kennedy in Chukwu. He won a split decision there. This was earlier this year. Prior to that, he was riding a few losses. Well, maybe not. Felipe Lins, then he decisioned Mauricio Hua. So, he's hanging in there. But here's the problem is, again, his age, and has he just run his course? He's at 41 years old. So,
and when you think about his career, George, like, he's had moments. He could have given John Jones a loss. On John Jones's probably worst day, Ovin St. Preux probably could have taken advantage of that night, and he just couldn't get it done. So he's had opportunities. It's just doesn't work out for the guy. I love the guy too. He's a nice guy. University of Tennessee, loves drones. He's got a good personality. It just hasn't worked.
Yeah, and Ryan Spann really needed this one because he was working off 3 losses in a row. So he needed this one. He got it quick. Same way Court McGee, he got it quick from Ryan Tamines. So those were your first 3 fights there. McGee, Pennington, and Spann, all with wins. And those first 3, 2 of them, Spann and McGee, got finishes. Remember that when it's time for these bonuses, we'll see what happens, at the end of the night. But so far, a pretty decent start to a pretty decent card. I'd say the card is getting crapped on a little bit because a lot of people like to focus on the main card, right? That's what you pay for. And the main card has the 2 title fights. Now, this is me being in hater mode. This is me being a typical fan who's just complaining. You gave me Alex Pereira versus Khalil Rountree. All right, great. If I want to complain, the only thing I can say is, why isn't that Goliath? Fine. Okay, Rountree. It'll be more exciting anyway. I think most would agree. Pennington versus Pena. Well, you got to put him somewhere. I mean, Pennington hasn't fought since January when she won. And Pena, chirps. So they have done a pretty good job of selling it. Aldo's back against Batista. All right, cool. Hopefully Batista doesn't crap the bed the way Jonathan Martinez did. But otherwise, Aldo looked pretty good in his comeback. Everyone thought he was just getting rid of a fight, on his contract, but instead he looked pretty good. And then we kind of hit this roadblock a little bit. Like Harrison and Vieira, no problem with that. Delite and Holland, it's just
kind of odd.
Style is really slow and methodical. Looks like a dangerous man, whether he's out in the woods and he wants to hunt you down or he hunts you down in the octagon. I give him that respect. And Holland, who kind of has a lot of swag to him, just kind of, I don't know, man. He doesn't seem as interested in his career as his fans are, including myself. Like, I think he could be doing so much more. I think he clicks, and ticks a lot of boxes. But he's just kind of like, no, I'm just here for the paycheck and all that. And this is something I had with Derek Lewis. Bro, you want to get paid? All right, cool. I get it. Who doesn't, right? Who doesn't want to get paid? But if you win and you get a title, like that literally multiplies your income by 10, 20 times. So why wouldn't that be a focus? I think what it could be is some fans can't handle the pressure maybe, and so they just want to change the subject. But Thompson and Buckley, and then these names I just gave you, Marina Rodriguez, Alexander Hernandez, it's, we really should be pretty pumped up for this fight card, man. Maybe they just could have given us one more fight that pops on the main card, but what are you going to do,
Yeah. And Salt Lake City is, they've kind of brought it as of late as a crowd. And when you think about some of the things that have gone down in Salt Lake City, you never know. I mean, even bare knuckle, like, this is a city that for the longest time was just all you talk about was the Jazz, right? That's all they had. But it seems like it's growing and sports fans are getting bigger and bigger out there. And I expect it to be, I mean, dude, they booed poor Tisha Pennington when she's talking about her, trying to raise cancer awareness. Like, these guys are out of their mind tonight. So I can't wait until some of these main card fights to see just exactly how nuts they can get.
I think, to be fair, they are just booing the decision, not necessarily the message she was sending. But yeah, it came across that way. And that doesn't mean that fans can't be jerks. It happens all the time. This fight's underway, by the way. Now, this fight is basically available to most. It's not part of the pay-per-view, so we don't need to tell you everything that's happening in every second. But Almeida, I really like him because I think I was at the Contender Series when he won this one. And I remember Dana's problem with him was, well, he's like 35 or something like that. He was mid-30s, and it's not typical, and I'm thinking your guys brought him in, like he didn't just spring it on you, like, hey, now that you won, who do you want? Well, I want to be a champion in the UFC, but I think I should let you all know for the first time I'm 35. I think he's 36 now. Right. You know this, so, and you brought him. But either way, I still thought it was a pretty good fighter. Where's this guy been this whole time is my question. He's only 5-1.
I mean, it's not like every fighter that you bring in, you're expecting to be a champion, right? Like, different fighters fill different voids in the system. So yeah, he's older. And again, like, if you don't like that, why would you even set him up? Why would you bring him into that Contender Series in the first place? And that's happened like 3 times this year, I think, where he's kind of said that. So, if he performs, if he comes in and does a good job, why not? He deserves a contract. Are they giving contracts left and right, though? Yeah, I think they're a little too loose with it. Because remember, for every contract you give, mathematically, somebody's probably going to lose their job. Is the guy you're bringing in better than the guy you're getting rid of? Not all the time, right? But we'll have to see. I think this guy's at least decent enough to have on the roster.
Yeah, he's lost 3 out of 4. What is it? 3 out of 4. 3 of his last 4 and 4 of his last 6. He needs a win bad over Almeida, but I think he's been brought in to make Almeida look better. He's also younger, though. He's 28, but I just don't know that his future is bright. Fighting out of Ukraine. And again, Almeida out of Brazil, just coming through Contender Series this past year. Let's see how this works out.
I've never seen somebody get tattooed only on the front, not the back. It's usually the other way around, no?
Yeah. Probably a work in progress. We're in round 1 here, and the pay-per-view will start in about an hour and 45 minutes. I already mentioned the fights, 2 title fights. Kayla Harrison's return against Ketlin Vieira, a tough fighter. Kevin Holland's going to fight Roman Dolidze. And Jose Aldo against Mario Batista. Now, I'm going to get bold here, Goze. Jose Aldo, definitely one of my favorite fighters of all time. Definitely looked good in Rio de Janeiro at UFC 301 against Jonathan Martinez, who's a solid bantamweight. But I really like Mario Batista. I think Batista's going to win, and I think he can even finish Aldo.
Ooh. I think Jonathan Martinez just had a bad night. You know, I just think it wasn't his night, but I think they're relatively close skill-wise. Jose Aldo, I don't know, man. Our colleagues on the preview show were kind of like Jose all day. I don't know if that's the case here. I think it's going to be a lot more difficult. I wouldn't be shocked if he won, but I think I think he's really good. I think he might take that next step tonight. When I turned in my picks, my staff picks, I practically laughed at him. I thought there's a good chance I'm going to go 1-5. But I just had some feelings.
Batista, what impressed me was he's very poised, very calm. But dude, like Ricky Simone, who I know is slowed down and he maybe isn't what he was a few years ago, like he handled them pretty good, man. It was pretty impressive. He looks like he's good at shutting down your game, and then about midway through the second, he kind of just puts it on you, and he throws a good diversity of strikes. And hey, look, I know Aldo's an all-time great, and he's super fast still, but it's just my prediction.
Yeah. How'd you score that round?
I couldn't give you a score. I was talking, and I didn't watch all 5 minutes, or
a lot of back and forth. At times they got a little sloppy, but neither guy looks too tired. See what they could do here in round 2. Leg kicks are going to start to add up a little bit.
Yeah.
I like when Almeida goes to the body, but when he goes up top, it just seems slow.
What did the referee just do right there? Did he just say, you can't call timeout? And now we have a cup kick. But now Patera is still brushing off his eye.
He's lucky out. He's punched him right in the junk.
Oh, he got hit in the eye, all right. He had every right to complain about that one.
Yeah. Eesh. It's not the worst one ever, but yeah, you definitely got to call that.
I wonder if it's the warning.
He's probably going to be on thin ice going forward. I got to imagine he wants that replay.
What I don't like is that the referee just shut down that possible eye poke so quick. It was an eye poke.
But if he didn't see it, he didn't see it, right?
Over there. Huh?
But if he didn't see it, he didn't see it.
Yeah.
I think some referees give fighters the benefit of the doubt, especially when you're one of the senior refs, that have seen these guys over and over.
Laura's carrying Yogi around like a football. It's kind of funny. Another one? Aye. That's 3 in a row.
Did the referee get poked in the eye, or how's he not seeing these right away?
That's the other eye this time. He's like parrying, but he's basically swiping at his face. I don't think he's doing it with the intention of poking, but he's leaving his fingers there. And then once he touches the head, as he's kind of like, protecting himself, he is grazing the eye. Nothing will ever top what Husamar Paharis did to Jake Shields, though.
That was gross.
That I felt like I wanted to, for the first time, just disqualify someone from fighting for 2 years, maybe forever. That was horrific.
Mm-hmm.
We were up close, and it was just as egregious as it gets. And John Anik just noted, not even a warning, man. And now he's warning him about his fingers again.
I mean, that one I could see how it may be a little hard to see, but he's got to stop worrying about these eye pokes. And you're right. She's carrying them like a stuffed animal.
Let's say the ref didn't take the point away, which he didn't. Isn't after 3 of these stoppages, you've called timeout 3 times. Don't you pull the guy aside and say, hey, listen, it can't go on anymore. The next one for sure is a foul.
I think the problem is he's not physically seeing them. So he's just kind of going off of what the fighter's reaction is.
But he has replay at his like he has a replay ref there and the ref can kind of tell him, right? Relay to him what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, because he's calling a halt to the action. You gotta do something.
Mark Radner said they should have taken a point away. Oh, 3 eye pokes? I thought they're saying it's 4 fouls overall.
Well, we got punched in the junk. And
I remember 2 eye pokes, but not a third.
Well, one of them didn't get called. This one right here that just happened.
Almeida going for a choke here.
Oof.
Oh, now he's inverted. He's on top. Poteria's scrambling around. I think he's okay, though, because he stopped scrambling around. Oh, Joe Rogan just said he's in trouble, and that's when he got out. But now Almeida's on top, and Almeida's dropped a big, big elbow. This guy comes from the kickboxing world, so he's kind of following the path of Adesanya, Pereira. But he's, like I say, he's all right, man. Big punches, big elbows. Goes, I'll give you a countdown of where I'm at. 120, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15.
Take away all the fouls, and it's actually somewhat entertaining of a fight.
Yeah, I agree. That dinner we had prior to the watch along was tasty.
I know. I wish I would have. I ate it so fast. It was good.
You almost wish you had gone for seconds, like you had time for seconds.
Yeah.
The USC Trojans are down 3-0. I'm not too happy about that.
They're a big favorite too, aren't they? Like
9 points. And if I'm not mistaken, Goze, I think Alabama, number 1 Alabama, might have lost.
They were losing with like 3 minutes left, and they didn't have the ball to Vanderbilt, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, they lost 40-35. How do you beat Georgia 1 week and lose to Vanderbilt? Vanderbilt's 3-2, so they're not some juggernaut or nothing like that. The game was in Vanderbilt. I don't see how they didn't storm that field, right?
You got to. You got to. If you're in college and you're in one of those situations, you never know when you're going to be in it again. I was part of one, and then there was one I wish I was a part of. The one I was a part of was winning the Mountain West title at Thomas and Mack Center, and the one I wish I was a part of was when UNLV beat North Carolina, who was number 1 in the nation, and that one was at the Orleans.
Oh yeah, they're storming the field. I'm watching the highlights. That's awesome. You ain't no college kid if you're, at a game and the number 1 team comes to your school and you win, you gotta storm.
Mm-hmm.
Round 2 beginning here between Pulteria and Almeida.
That Mountain West championship game too, they were losing most of it. And the BYU fans were really obnoxious. They kept screaming, "This is our house." And then little by little, they crept back and took it to them. So it felt good.
No, he's complaining about a kick to the nuts. Oh, no, fingers. Poteria's pissed. He kind of slapped at him, kind of like, how they would basically give each other a high five or something like that.
That one happened so quick that I couldn't really tell. I wouldn't hate Poteria if that's what he's just trying to do. It's that like push off.
Like draw a yellow card?
Yeah.
Leave that leg out. Now Almeida's kind of hurt Poteria. And the ref is trying to concentrate and make sure he catches these fingers in the eye or whatever they are.
I'll say this much. Almeida has not acted like a minus 400 favorite. That's not how this fight's played out.
Please. So I'm hearing the broadcast here, and the guys, Rogan specifically, is saying that Mike Beltran did tell the ref, you got to do something. He's already poked him 3 times. So the message has been relayed to him by the second ref, right? The one that handles the replays and all that. And he's also a veteran ref. So that's good, but it's also, maybe a bit too late. Now, to be fair, I don't see any damage on Poteria from some of these, but it's still in your head, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't even understand why he keeps his fingers so straight like that. They usually happen. Is he complaining again? No.
No, it looked like it, huh?
I mean, consistency. That's all we want, right? From referees.
Yeah.
The fighters deserve it.
They're up against the cage here with less than 2 minutes to go. Referee separates them.
That was quick.
I'm not so sure why.
It's almost like he just didn't like that position. They'd only been locked up for like 5 seconds, right?
Yeah, he just doesn't know the game, man, because look, if you or I got tossed in there, I think we obviously make mistakes, but we're talking about some basic ones here, you know?
They need him for Contender Series. He just wants a stand-up fight.
Okay, they're up against the fence again at 104, 103, 102, 101. 1 minute left here in round 2. Longer than last time, and yet the referees let them go. Fans are booing.
Do you think it's
this guy appeals to the crowd?
Do you think it's egregious enough where you may consider telling this guy just have a seat in the back?
Could be. I bet you Mark Radner could have a conversation with the commissioner and say, hey, look, I don't think he has the experience. He's not performing at a high level here. So if he has any other bouts, we just need to sit him, you know, and give him feedback, give him more training. We're not trying to shit on the guy and end his career or nothing, but we're just saying there's some glaring mistakes here in this fight. That's the end of round 2, folks.
That's the end of it all now.
That's the end of the fight, huh? Yeah. I think I'm having a worse night than the ref.
You want to take care of that thing and while we're waiting for the decision?
We'll give the decision, then I'll do the thing.
All right.
How do you like my perfect sports sign, Goze?
Perfect.
Well, it's not perfect, but I'll do some tweaking and see that T and that S is kind of hanging over. Yeah. But I'll realign it. And I like it. It's real slick.
Yeah, it's cool.
And once I get the right backdrop, it'll pop really, really nice. Those are our friends from up north who, man, they got some really, really good stuff that has been helping with these hot summers in Las Vegas with rehydrating after workouts and things like that.
Yeah, I've been using the Hydro Splash to get back at it.
And those bars that they have, I think I have one around here. I replace a meal with one of those because, you know, I'm trying to watch the calories or whatever. Mm-hmm. So it fills me up, and I got to order more, as a matter of fact. I wanted to give it about a good month so that I could then share, you know, on my social media what I've been kind of going through. Here's the decision, folks. (30-27) unanimous. Cesar Almeida.
All right.
30-27 makes it sound like one guy didn't belong in there with the other, but like you said, it was pretty competitive.
Yeah, it was fun. Who we got next?
You really turned the page quick.
I'm just saying, like, sometimes fights just they leave a bad taste in your mouth. That one left a bad taste in my mouth.
That's pretty good. Tell me who's next while I delete these two.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Who is coming up?
Fluffy?
No, that's not Fluffy. That's Alexander Hernandez from San Antonio.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
And he fights Austin Hubbard. Hernandez is pretty funny. He's really, really cocky, actually. But I consider him funny because he's got a little edge to him. He used to tell us that he made six figures, had a job. Like, I think he used to do some trading or something like that, investing. And but he really liked fighting. And his big claim to fame was the Dariush fight that he won,
So just real quick, the odds are basically a pick 'em. They're both minus 110. I like Hernandez. I got a good feeling. I think he gets it done, but I think it goes the distance. So I am going Alexander Hernandez minus 110. And can I bet that? I'm taking him by decision at plus 175.
Goes, he beat Dariush and Olivier Aubin-Mercier. Then he lost to Cerrone. Then he beat Trinaldo. Trinaldo and OEM are really tough outs, man. To have wins over them is impressive. Decisions, but still, they're hard to outfox. Those guys know how to win rounds, and they've been around for a long time. The Dariush was just a clean KO in round one. But then, so he reached the point where he was 10-2, 11-2. And then since then, it just hasn't been as good. He's had 5 losses and 3 wins. He's lost 4 of his last 5, including beating Jim Miller as his one decision win. Now, that said, I'm taking Alexander Hernandez.
Well, too late now. It's already been done.
You took Hubbard?
Wait, no, I took Hernandez.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Yeah.
I'll see you in a bit.
All right. He'll be back. So this will be, I'll give you guys a little rundown of what we're looking at here. At the top of your screen, right-hand side, you'll see a little check mark. That tells you what we have already bet tonight. Okay, if you want to see how we're doing, if you want to, maybe you think we're liars. We're 1-0 so far, not bad, but we have been kind of hot. In the middle, you have your odds. Those are your Bet MGM odds there. To the right is our chat room. Dane732 says this ref is getting pulled. I think so, man. Wilkes Booth says the boys are back. Good to have both of you guys in the chat right now. KJ Smooth, sorry I missed you at Pete. I would make that. Yeah. Because see, what's going to happen is senior refs are going to tell this guy, look, you did this, you did that. And then sometimes, kind of like in the NBA, the makeup call, they overcompensate a little bit. I would say the safe thing right now is to probably bench this guy because we're going to get to some pretty important fights later on tonight that have significance, right? In certain divisions and title pictures. You don't want to screw that up over stupid decisions that this kid made in the last fight. It just that's not my cup of tea, the way he handled that fight. So yeah, I think I do pull him. I agree with you guys. So yeah, that's the chat room there. And then George and I will just continue to make our picks throughout the night. If I lose, it goes back on him and he makes the decision. It was 2 or 3 cards ago. I went clean sweep. I didn't miss any. And then the next card, I only missed 1. But last card, I think it was a little bit dookie. So hopefully we can recapture some of the gold from a few cards ago. And don't forget, George and I host MMA Junkie Radio here on MMA Junkie. Our show drops twice a week, but we have a third show that kind of compensates for us. We used to be a 5-day-a-week show. Our third show, the Spitting Back Click, that airs in the mornings. Monday morning, we unpack everything that happened on the pay-per-view and all the major headlines. That's always a good time, and it's a different rotation. Usually I'm on it like 90% of the time. George is the host. And then we usually have somebody from our awesome staff filling in those last 2 spots. And sometimes we have fighters or MMA notables that come in for different topics, depending on what's popping in the news. But I definitely would advise you to catch that show. That show was a lot of fun. It's a lot shorter than what you're about to see. You're about to see a pretty long watch along, but we're here for you, man. Early fights, like George said, most people get to see them. So we don't really do too much play-by-play color commentary. But once the main card starts, that's how we let you know what's going on. Alexander Hernandez right now is being introduced. I know maybe some of you don't get to see everything. There's George. And this fight will be getting underway soon, hopefully.
How do I sound now?
Good, smooth. JB Smooth.
Did you see the last season of Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Yeah.
I didn't. I was in Peru. So you just reminded me I need to check it out. Well, no, I take it back. I saw like 2 episodes. But I was so overwhelmed when I got back that I just didn't. I don't know.
I feel like I'm pretty good at keeping up with stuff, and I'm behind on quite a few. You still haven't seen Yellowstone, right?
No. But I heard the grand finale's coming up, right? In November?
It's picking up soon, yeah. Here we go. I've always liked Hubbard. I think he's a good fighter.
Yeah.
I honestly think these guys are going to batter each other.
Well, Hubbard, I think, wants to really get this fight to the ground, so let's see what happens. Ooh. Now, if Hubbard can stifle that, then I think you'll see what you're describing.
I think this goes the distance, and I think both guys are lumped up at the end.
Goes, I'm at 416, 415, 414, 413.
Yeah, we're synced.
Okay. If you want a USC update, it's 9-7 Minnesota. USC came back. They were down 3-0, and they went up 7-3. But Minnesota has just scored, and it looks like they're lining up for an extra point. Are you still feeling the effects of that loss last night to Syracuse?
I'll be feeling that all year, man. That stung. I don't like losing that way. You know, it's too much on the line for referees to make stupid calls like that. Now, it's not the only reason they lost, but still, I just don't like going out that way.
Still can't believe Vanderbilt took out Alabama like that.
Yeah.
Oh, nice left hook by Hernandez. Joe Rogan said there was a nice left hook by Hubbard, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, I didn't see that either.
I need to take out this.
Elbow almost landed by Hubbard, though.
Tell me something, Goze. Does the caption always come on, or?
No, you can take it off.
I do, and then it always comes back on.
These guys just can't catch the other guy's rhythm.
You know how to take off the caption?
Round, in my opinion, is still up for grabs here.
What?
Hernandez tries to go for a takedown. He gets stuffed. Went for a leg.
Did you get the caption off?
Some blood trickling out of Hernandez's nose. Nice right hand by Hernandez.
You don't know how?
Are you watching on a Roku, George?
I am, but
okay.
I wanted to get the
see the little star on your remote?
On the Roku or the TV?
On the Roku.
I don't have it.
Oh. Well, it's really easy.
Well,
There's
if you
a
don't
star.
know, then or do you know? Oh, well, then why'd you take it from me? No, I said, can you take this off? And you took it like a boss, like you had this.
I like both guys are just taking turns pressuring the other. I feel like Hernandez is finding his range a little better. Swiping at his nose, though. That being said, Hubbard just landed a nice right hand. Good left hand by Hernandez. Backs Hubbard off, but Hubbard's kind of crazy. He's still coming forward. George, you have it in your hand now or not?
I have this one, Goze, the TV.
Okay, get the Roku remote.
I don't know where it's at. I'm not even watching the fight. She changed the whole channel and everything, so I got to get out of this whole mess. ESPN Plus.
Oh, you're not watching on Roku. You're watching on Cox. On the app. All right. Round one is over.
Who won?
Blood coming out of Alexander Hernandez's nose. I think it's an Alexander round. Not by much, though. One of a million commercials we're going to see.
I've done this before. I just can't remember how, but I just need to get back in the fights right now. I want to fucking sync up again. The streaming world.
See, this is what pisses me off when they have that in commercial, be back soon. If you're not going to show anything, at least show us the corners. There's just no reason in just showing the apex. Brandon Royal's got a big fight coming up soon here.
Is he part of the militia?
Yeah.
Isn't that what they're calling themselves?
The Mile High Militia.
Seems like I'm coming across a lot of militias lately.
Nice leg kick from Hernandez. Hubbard returns fire. It's actually kind of funny. Hubbard goes for a takedown, but Hernandez stuffs him. Nice left hand from Austin Hubbard. Kind of glazes the head of Hernandez. Hernandez is, I think, waiting too much to counter-strike. Both guys landing good, solid shots here. Hernandez, another right hand over the top. Hubbard is pressuring, now backing off a little bit. Nice right hand by Alexander Hernandez again. Austin Hubbard needs to find a way to mix things up here. Nice leg kick by
ESPN Plus.
Hubbard.
What's the AC at? You put the 70, please.
Oof, that was close to being low. A lot of volume from Hernandez. Ooh, just as I was saying that, a right and a left lands by him. He was kind of just throwing a lot, but it wasn't really landing. But on the same token, Hubbard just doesn't throw as much as he should. Goes for another takedown. He's in pretty deep now. He's able to drag Hernandez down to the mat for a second, but Hernandez seems like he's popping back up, and he's out of danger.
What kind of time are you working with, Goze?
222, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16. Okay. Nice jab from Austin Hubbard. He's got to put his foot on the gas, though. There's still 2 minutes left in round 2. And I have Alexander Hernandez winning this round, but not by a lot. Ooh, nice knee from Hubbard. At times, it's a little bit of a glorified sparring session, and at other times, they are landing some decent shots.
Hubbard just can't get that fight to the ground. Good takedown defense by Alexander Hernandez.
That other ref would have separated them by now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice little cheeky left hook there by Hubbard. As they broke off the fence with 48, 47, 46, 45. I wonder what it feels like to ref a fight. You're done. You know you're not going to do anything for 2 more fights. Maybe you go take a leak or you sit down and all of a sudden your phone's blowing up. Bro, they think you're the worst ref ever.
Yeah,
you probably shouldn't be checking your phone for starters, but, you know, let's just say, right? Or let's just say some of your friends in the crowd are like, oh, man. You might want to second think going back out there.
We're going to round 3.
Yeah, you know what? You brought something up that bugs me, and that's these commercials. I just feel like the minute you give ESPN Plus money per month, we should go commercial free, you know, like we're paying your bills. I still remember Sirius Satellite and XM Satellite, 2 companies that were different before they became Sirius XM. Their whole deal was you pay the monthly fee and it's commercial free. Then, this is 30 years ago, man, 20 years ago, I don't know. And then all of a sudden, you know, commercials started coming around or whatever. I don't know that it's the end of the worst with, you know, a radio broadcast. What are you going to listen to? You know what I mean? Like usually the radio hosts go to the restroom, get a coffee, whatever. They bring in their guests. But here in an event like this, in between rounds is pretty cool. Like, you really don't get access to.
I think Hernandez hurt Hubbard with those shots. You saw him wince.
You really don't get too much access into like a timeout in football, right? Or even basketball. Sometimes basketball, a good cameraman can sneak in there a little bit and overhear something. But in football, rarely. But here, you can actually hear the corner relay something to these corners. And so I wish we would still have access to that, to hear what they got to say.
I don't mind the commercials as much. It just bugs me that it's the same goddamn commercial over and over. That part bugs me.
Yeah, I don't even mind ESPN sales team that they couldn't get another person or another commercial, another, you know, ad.
Yeah, I don't even mind if they kind of put it in the corner or something. but still let us watch the corner.
Exactly.
Some scores came in. A lot of people have Alexander Hernandez up 2 rounds to nothing, going here into the third. It's just not working out for Hubbard. He lands things here and there, but this is definitely not his game plan.
When I was in Peru, I could listen in Spanish. I could still hear the English broadcast, and they would translate in Spanish. So that was a little bothersome. But I know both languages, so I could figure it out, just sometimes it was a little bit of a mix-up. Nice combo there by Hubbard. Finished with a spinning back kick to the body. But there was a lot of times where they wouldn't go to commercial. They'd stick with the corner. And me and Goze were doing the same watch-along, but I could hear the stuff happening in the corner. So a big shout-out to ESPN Plus. I don't know if it's international with their partners Star Plus, but yeah, man, overseas you get that access. And I'll guarantee you one thing, they ain't paying $80 over there for that. It's just part of a package. It's like, DirecTV goes where they go, you want the HBOs? Yeah, that's another 10. You want the Fox Sportses? Yeah, okay, that's another 10. Like that. That's what Star Plus is. So you have, we'll say Movie Star, or that's the name of the cable company, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you want the sports package? Okay, cool. That includes Star Plus. We'll ding you a little bit extra more a month, but now you get all these different events. So that's what we had. So we pay a lot more here in the United States, and we still have to put up with the commercial.
Well, Austin Hubbard's having a way better round 3 than the first 2 rounds. That being said, Hernandez just responded with a nice left hand. But he just like right now, Austin Hubbard shoots for a takedown. It's a lazy one. What are you going to do? You're down 2 rounds. Hernandez already flipped it on you. He's in way better condition right now.
Look at Hernandez wrestling a little. Yeah, he's got a lot of zest still, man, Hernandez. Rogan just joked that the other ref would have separated them already.
Yeah.
John Ag said it. That's got to be tough as a referee when Mike Beltran's waiting for you downstairs. To kind of let you know you're done messing up.
He's landed that knee a couple times here, Austin Hubbard.
There's 50 seconds left here in round 3. All consensus is that Hernandez is up 2-0. Can Hubbard close strong? Oh, a nice 1-2 lands for Hubbard. Looks like it bothered Hernandez a little.
Nice left and a right.
Hubbard's mixing it up with those kicks to the body.
A lot of blood coming out of Hernandez's nose now.
Oh, Hernandez answers back.
The crowd's going nuts.
They are. And if these guys can point to the center and just throw down for 10 seconds, they might go home with 50 grand. Oh, Hernandez is getting the best of him here at the end. Good fight, man. And I was about to say something mean when I was watching the fight. I'm like, exactly what are we watching here with these two? I feel like we're watching guys that if we were to rank them, they'd be between 25 and 50. And like, what do we get out of it? Well, what we get is this. We get a good fight. And we hope that one of them or both, I don't know, just gets better and the one day can compete with the top 10.
Yeah.
But this helped fill the card, and that's what the UFC says. Give us $200, $800, $600, whatever. And we're going to give you, 13, 14 fights. And let's see what the judges say. Unless hopefully it tells us what the judges' names are. Is that Bilal Muhammad? No, right?
Yeah.
He's in Austin Hubbard's corner?
Mm-hmm.
Under an hour before the pay-per-view starts, folks. Next up will be, let's see here.
Man, what's taking so long for this decision?
Rodriguez and Lucendo. Here we go, folks.
Uh-oh. What?
With decision, and there's a 30-27 Hubbard, by the way.
30-27 Hubbard is way wrong. I think that was Chris.
Yeah,
Lee.
that guy needs to take the rest of the night off too. I mean, they were close rounds, but yeah, I don't want to sound like a hypocrite because I clearly said I wasn't tuned in to round one, so I can't speak on that one.
All right. Well, let me tell you what that means. What that means is if you've been betting with us tonight, let's see. That means you are undefeated right now. Because we also took Alexander Hernandez by decision. All right. So next up, Lucendo and Rodriguez are next.
Yes.
All right. Lucendo is minus 175. Rodriguez is plus 145. There's times where I feel like Marino Rodriguez just kind of goes through the motions a little bit in fights.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that. I think I'm going to go Lucendo minus 175. I think Rodriguez will have moments, but I can't count on her when I'm gambling.
We'll stay with the hot hand, but I think Rodriguez has a chance to win this. She's way taller, has better range, but yeah, if this fight hits the ground, I'm not liking it. If they just stand, I like. Man, there was times where Rodriguez threw punches and she reminded me of Joanna.
Mm-hmm. You know,
I've been going back and forth on Pennington and Pena all week.
Me too. Do you know who the biggest Pena fan is out there?
Randy from San Francisco?
No.
Julianna Peña herself?
Yeah. Do you know who the second biggest Julianna Peña fan is?
Misha Tate?
No.
Who?
Todd White.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. That's a buddy of ours. I don't think I've ever had a conversation with him where he hasn't asked me about Julianna Peña.
Who told me yesterday? Oh, I know. Somebody I met for the first time at the game. I'm a huge UFC fan. All right. And then as we started talking, this card came up. Then as we kept talking, he went, oh, oh man, that's a title fight. You don't like that title fight? He goes, no, I do. He goes, but man, I just don't like watching the women fight. Oh yeah? No, I don't know. He's not really into it. I've met a few people like that just, I guess, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I don't know if he wants, just stay a ring card girl and that's it or whatever, or if it's I think he gave me a reason. I can't remember. It was just not, I don't like to see women bleed or whatever. And if that's it, that's fine too. I was gonna say some people grow up with 5 sisters. He didn't. He has just 2 brothers, but some people just grow up with, a lot of women in your family, your side of the family, and the last thought is seeing them ever even get hurt. It's 10-10 goes between USC and Minnesota.
Don't ever let them watch bare knuckle.
Man,
those ladies destroy each other.
You ain't lying.
The line just changed. Lucendo is now minus 190. Rodriguez is plus 155.
Are you getting a Burger King commercial right now?
Yep. I'm a little offended.
Why?
Usually we don't have the same thing, but for some reason, 2 fat dudes got targeted with that commercial.
I never used to believe in. What I believed in was if you're thumbing through these different types of social media pages or internet pages or whatever, then so let's say you're just Googling Burger King, I guess we'll stick with that. Then you shouldn't be shocked if you log on to Instagram and Burger King or Wendy's or McDonald's pops up, because it's sensing what you are interested in at that moment.
Yeah,
but
that's what
earlier,
all about.
See, earlier, I wasn't on my computer. My computer was open, but I wasn't on it. And one of the girls said something, and that popped up as one of my pages.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard that before, that the computer and the phone can hear it too, and then recommend it that way. That I don't like. That sounds kind of a little too invasive for me,
Yeah, I've had that happen. I've had it happen both ways. I remember one time Juliet was just talking about rocks or something, and within seconds, my Instagram had all this rock stuff.
Mine was from opening up a Tapology page, and then whatever came on right there was all about what we had just discussed. And it wasn't even a common topic either. Like you said, just something like rocks or gems. And I should have saved it. I saw it real quick when I was opening in Yasmin Lucendo's resume. Come on, Maria Rodriguez, get this done. You turned in Lucendo as the pick, though, right?
Yeah, I think eventually she's gonna get the fight to the ground, and when she doesn't, I think she's gonna rock this girl. I wouldn't be shocked though if it went the other way.
Damn, Lucendo has the reach advantage, huh? She's a shorty too. 5'3", and she's 15 years younger. I didn't know Marina Rodriguez was already 37.
37. Doesn't she look like almost like she just left high school or something?
Mm-hmm.
They took her straight here. Was that Shaggy over there behind Kevin Iole?
It's funny because John Anna goes, "Thank you, Luciana." But there's such a difference between "Thank you, Luciana," one of the 3 ring card girls tonight, and there's also like "Thank you, Luciana," just to change the tone, and you're going, "Ooh, man, she's looking good." Thank you, Luciana. You ever see that Bill Burr bit?
Yeah.
Women say no, and then there's the girl goes, "No, what are you doing?"
Oh. So you end up kind of going for an ankle there.
Yeah.
You're going to grab a hold of her leg. Rodriguez is a veteran, though. She's not going to catch her that.
That's where you can get to Rodriguez for sure. If it's 15 minutes of standing, I like Rodriguez's chances in any fight. But she does have an Achilles heel. I didn't know she was 37, though.
Oof. Joe Rogan referencing a fight a very long time ago that a lot of people didn't know happened because Anderson Silva looked so invincible. But yeah, Rio Chonin, the Piranha, flying scissors, grabbed hold of his leg, and that was it. And I think he almost quit MMA after that fight. I think that's the one that Nogueira talked him into coming back.
Yeah, if you look at those two, like if you pop in a Rio Chonin highlight video and then one of Anderson Silva, now don't get me wrong, Chonin had some decent highlights, right? But you would just see 2 different skill levels. You'd be shocked to find out that happened. I've been real sad that Anderson Silva's fight and him himself have been inducted in the UFC Hall of Fame, but he hasn't attended.
Yeah. Not a whole lot happening here in this fight. They're still trying to figure each other out.
Doesn't Lucendo look kind of like Jonathan Martinez's little sister?
Yeah.
What city would you like to see get a UFC soon?
Spain, Madrid.
Rodriguez flowing a little bit here. Lucendo gets out of that pickle.
You jinxed her.
And the fight goes to the ground. All right, let's see what happens here for the next minute.
1 minute. exactly left. Let's see what Lucendo can do with this takedown. Not a whole lot of offense being launched by Lucendo, sorry.
And right before that, Marina Rodriguez had kind of wobbled her a little bit with that shot on the side of the head.
Mm-hmm.
So can Lucendo get that back here? It was a pretty close round prior to all these two sequences I just named. We have 12, 11, 10 seconds left here in round one. Goes, when you get a chance, will you pause your video for 1 second? I think we'll be even dead even.
Okay.
You got a TJ Maxx commercial?
No. I think I'm looking at Tom Brady.
What are your early reviews of Tom Brady as an analyst?
He's just a little dry, man. Just a little bit. It's so hit or miss with that. Just because you're a great player doesn't always mean you're a great analyst. I don't think he's terrible, but just as a comparison, right? You look at Tony Romo, wasn't the greatest quarterback in the world, nowhere near a Tom Brady, but broadcasting is just more his thing.
I wonder if Tony Romo was jealous of the contracts that Dak Prescott got. Dak got, I think, 4 years, 140 million or 120 million. I can't. And then the last one was 4 years, 240 million. And I would say Tony might have even done better playoff wise. DC pointing out that Lucendo might want to revisit that takedown early because it was in the 4th minute when she finally got it, somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's
looking at it. She's looking at it, but Rodriguez does a good job of disengaging. Adam Martin, Ryan Frederick, all of them on Twitter saying 10-9 Rodriguez, Nick Baldwin as well. But we just saw 30-27 the other way. Hubbard against Hernandez. Go ahead.
Lucendo's takedowns just lack a little bit of explosion. You can kind of see them coming,
Are you more pumped for Aldo versus Batista or Harrison and Vieira?
Aldo and Batista. I like Kayla though. And I like that there's a little bit of a built-in storyline into tonight. So it's just styles make fights, man. Batista Aldo seems like it could be really a lot of fun.
If you could all hit the like button for those watching on YouTube, that would be awesome. It's just a simple ask. You see it right there, right? It's a little thumbs up or thumbs down. Helps out a ton with the algorithm. And if you're like, hey, you know what? I kind of peruse this channel here, youtube.com/MMA Junkie Video. I want to see more of it. Then hit the subscribe button as well.
And I think she's going to get this takedown now. There it is.
Yeah, now it's with half a round left. So we'll see what she can do. I remember early on, Alex Pereira was a fish out of water on the ground. Almost borderline awful. And I could have sworn he got his black belt last time he won a fight. I think he won it by strikes, but still got a black belt. So who am I to question, right? The work that's being done inside of the training grounds or whatever, the gyms. But there's just some fighters that rarely improve their ground game.
It just wasn't that long ago that you're right. He did look like a fish out of water. Now, that being said, he somehow just he got Khalil Rountree to agree not to do any takedowns.
This is my bag, and this looks like it still can work. Thank you.
Lucendo's posturing up a little bit, looking like she wants to land some elbows. There's one. But it could end up being 2 minutes of just control time being on top.
And I think Rodriguez needs to make a better effort of getting up rather than tying up the legs. She's got like a version of the lockdown right now. And she just needs to get up. Now, let's say you get taken down with less than a minute left. Sometimes you can tie someone up, mitigate the damage. They don't do anything with the takedown. And if you know that you've gotten the best of the striking, you're going to win that round, which is sound almost like what happened in round one. But then when you get taken down with 2.5 minutes, dude, he's going to stand him up?
I don't really get that. Do you?
Well, that's Goddard. And Goddard is as experienced as it gets. I know Joe Rogan doesn't like those. I disagree with him. He says you should never stand up a fight. And this isn't jiu-jitsu. Oh, nice spinning back kick by Lucendo. This is sports entertainment, so you can't have somebody just laying on top of someone else. Even if the other person's done somewhat of a job along the way, then you have to entertain these fans. And you know what? The same goes for two guys or gals that are standing there, right? Circling each other, and they're not engaging. So this isn't I'm not picking at the ground game. I've seen two fighters stand there, and then the referee will grab them and say, hey, you need to engage. So almost the same version, I guess if you were to do the opposite, he'd say, hey, you two standing up. We're going to take you to the ground now, let's see what you can do there. And he's not going to do that, but he'll tell him to engage. It is sports entertainment, and I like the way that the rules have evolved. And a lot of people don't know this, but let's say I take down Goze. I'm on top, and Goze is on the bottom, right? And he's tying me up. I'm not getting much done, but then Goze looks over the ref and says, hey, what's the deal? Stand us up. Like, we're tied up. The ref's not going to do it. That's what a lot of people don't know. What the ref wants to see is Goze attempting to escape, right? Either putting his heels on my hips, pushing me off, that hip escape, creating a scramble, or maybe going for a Kimura, trying to sweep me, whatever. And if he sees that, but yet I'm on top stalling, then he'll stand us up. That's the thing. It wasn't always that way, folks, but that's what they're looking for. So I'm going to try and go back to this fight at some point and see why Mark Goddard stood this up. I bet you it had something to do with that, because he's as good as it gets when it comes to reffing. If he thinks that you needed to stand up, then they must have went through that sequence where Lucendo maybe just wasn't doing as much.
She had to, that cut right there. That was initiated in the last round. She had it from an elbow that was thrown from up top. So I just thought it was odd. She's looking to grab the cage, but she didn't. Lucendo gets another takedown. Now she's on top of Rodriguez. Rodriguez pretty busted up.
Put your back against the fence. She's so close.
I think there's blood coming out of Lucendo as well, right?
let me jump in here, Goze. Yeah, exactly. So as you were pointing out that cut, I did see Mark Goddard out of the corner of my eye about a minute ago, and he signaled to the other ref, and he pointed to the head, that at that point in the fight, there was a collision of heads. So he's going to examine them right now. He might put them back in the same position if he's examining their cuts. Oh, she's putting her chin in the eye socket of Marina Rodriguez.
Well, hard warning, losing position.
So he stands them up. She loses her position because she was doing that. Okay. Nothing about the cuts. Oh, look at Marina Rodriguez. She was like, "What's up, bitch?" Oh, nice elbow there by Marina Rodriguez. And the feeling is whoever wins this round wins the fight, right, Goze?
Possibly. I could see a judge giving round 1 to Lucendo based on that takedown at the end, But
DC thinks that she is down 2 rounds.
It's possible.
But I saw a lot of MMA media saying that Rodriguez took round 1. Well, the only ones that matter are the ones around the octagon right now. But Rodriguez does look like she wants to pick it up.
If she would have gone high with
nice
that kick,
by Rodriguez,
she probably would have had a knockout.
Rodriguez throwing a nice jab. Oh, nice again by Rodriguez. She's leading with elbows. She's throwing combos. I liked the second ago when she threw a 1-2 and then she followed up with a leg kick. Right here, it's with a knee. Now she's got to be careful. The guys are saying right here when she goes for the Muay Thai plum, Lucendo's been able to get the body lock going. And now Rodriguez takes down Lucendo, but now she's caught in a leg lock attack. It looks like she's going to be okay. But now does she want to tangle and possibly wind up in a compromised position or just pull out and stand where she's been winning? And if it's 1-1, she could be on her way to winning, the fight. But she's putting herself in some problems here with that leg lock attack. She needs to get around that body so that she can get some proper ground and pound if she wants to stay here with 43, 42, 41, 40 seconds here left in round 3. This is the second to the last of the featured prelims. We still got one more to go, and then we have a pay-per-view for you guys. This is UFC 307 out in Salt Lake City, Utah.
It's too easy.
And now look at the pickle she's in. Lucendo on top of Rodriguez. Not much time left, so it could be that Rodriguez still wins the round. I would throw those elbows from the bottom as well. And then just make sure she doesn't posture up and land something big that cuts her. We'll see. Decent scrap. The next fight, which is basically the main event of the prelims, who isn't feeling that one? And by the way, this fight card, Goze was on prelims against Batista. They got promoted because Movsar Evloev and Aljamain Sterling got moved. But this next one between Stephen Thompson versus Joaquin Buckley, guys, is either going to suck bad or it's actually going to be pretty damn good. You're going to have Buckley, who's going to be stalking Thompson to want to strike, and Thompson's going to want to strike too, but he's going to want to pick his spots, frustrate Buckley, move around, backpedal, have a lot of space in between, and then when he can, he'll strike. He's also getting up there in age. I think he's 41.
Is he really 41?
Yeah. Thompson's 37, McGee's 39, Means is 40. Thompson is he? Yeah, 41 years of age, Goze. Esparza is 37. Now I got to look and see what Tisha Pennington's age is. I think Raquel's at 36, I think, or something like that. OSP 41. What's Tisha's age?
Looks like the judges are a little confused here.
Tisha Pennington is 35. When Goze and I interviewed Tisha Pennington for the first time, it was via the phone, and I believe she was an Invicta fighter getting ready to go to the UFC or something like that. But at the time, she was dating a guy. And I remember we were wondering, well, what's he said about not being able to see you for 6 weeks? And she said something like, well, he's got to put up with it. Otherwise, he's going to lose out on a great girl or something like that. Here we go. 29-28 Rodriguez. 29-28 Lucendo. Wow. And I saw two judges' names that I don't recognize.
All right.
Well, we got the pick right because you made it. I had a hunch Rodriguez could win this, and I guess I was wrong. But it was close. But we move on. Buckley versus Thompson.
Oh, boy. Okay, so just to be clear with everyone, you guys want to stay undefeated, right? You want to keep winning, or we are going to go. It's so hard to trust Stephen Thompson. I'm going to go Buckley, minus 225. If you're interested in Stephen Thompson, he comes back at plus 185. I'm also going to take Buckley by decision. Nah, let's not mess around. Let's leave it at that. We are, George, the following. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, that can't be right. Yeah, I think we're 7-0.
7-0. We've only done 3 fights.
Well, we've taken some decisions and stuff.
Oh, got it. Buckley by decisions plus 120. And that's more because of Thompson, honestly. He's just not easy to really get a hold of. And Buckley by KO is 335. Can he get it? If it was at the Apex, I'd bet probably Buckley by KO. But this is a bigger octagon. It's 30 feet across. The one at the Apex is 25 feet across. And so what that means in terms of the real estate of the octagon, it's 33% more octagon in the one they're in now. Pay-per-views are always in the 30-foot. In fact, most of the time when they can, they'll use it at these arenas. And let me tell you something, that small ring that they use for bare knuckle, man, that's so money goes. There's nowhere to go.
I mean, did they get that cage at Petco or what? Like every time I hear somebody talk about it, they talk about how ridiculously small it is. All right, I'll be right back, okay?
All right.
No, bye-bye.
I'll tell you guys why I blew it. A little while ago, I had to step away. And when I did, Goze said, he'll be back. I think he gets it from my cousin Jeffrey from Tennessee. I can't stand it. So when I came back, I was going to tell him, if you lose this from your lingo, you can choose for me to lose something, and I'll make that trade. And then I thought about it. I was like, well, holy cow, what if he really tells me to lose something that I like saying? Because I'm an irritating individual. There's a lot of things I say that bug people. So I pulled back. And then as soon as he said it right now, it was like nails on a chalkboard. I'll be bad. I got to ask him. I think it's from my cousin Jeffrey in Tennessee. He hits me with that like a few times per week. And I just kind of go, ugh. What I'm looking for here at this moment is Joaquin Buckley's KO ratio. Damn, he's won 13 by KO. He's hunting for that thing. And Thompson's can't be as good as the days when he fought Woodley. He's still agile, in great shape, clean lifestyle. So I understand that he's probably still hard to get a hold of. But the way the sport evolves so much, I don't know. I think I'm going to roll the dice here. And let's see here. If I want to make $94, what do I got to risk on the KO? 29. I'll do that. $29 to win 94 on Buckley by KO. All right. Thanks to Marina Rodriguez. I thought she was going to get her. I was telling Goze, there's so... Oh, you know what? Well, I can't do that right now. I was really curious to see how my godson did today. He's the starting quarterback at Mount San Jacinto College in California. Last week, he threw for 5 TDs and 491 yards. So I wanted to see if he, could carry that momentum. He did have 2 picks, and those two picks, I believe, were taken back to the house, like they say. They won the game. That's the important thing. He had 5 TDs, even though he had 2 interceptions. But I think it stung him a little bit that he threw those picks and they took it back. What are you going to do? He has so much talent, but he's just had a few years where he just hasn't gotten as many reps as he wants. First, there was a pandemic. Then there was a year that he had to share. Hold on a second. With another QB that wasn't as good, but he was a running quarterback. And so they shared time. And then his senior year, he just got to sling it, and he was great. He was the offensive player of the year in the Trinity League in California, which is the best league in the United States. That's where Mater Dei's at. That's where St. John Bosco's at. That's where Servite is at. And that's where Orange Lutheran's at. Mike Beltran looks good, man. It looks like he's lost some weight. And so he did well, but then he went to a university where the incumbent was a starter, was only a sophomore. And with him being a freshman, he just couldn't beat him out because they really like a running quarterback. Finally, this year, he's the man, he's the starter, and he's just slinging it. It reminds me of his senior year 2 years ago. 3 years ago.
And that's a deal, George, if you want.
What?
I will get rid of Alba Bike.
Where'd you get that from? Is that cousin Jeffrey?
Seinfeld.
Seinfeld. Oh, I'm a big Seinfeld fan. Damn, look at Buckley slamming down. Steven Wonderboy Thompson goes, are you at 432, 431, 430?
No, I'm like 3 seconds out of you. I'll pause here. Do you remember the girl? Remember the girl that would leave voice messages on the machine? Real boring. She would always end it with "Call me back."
Oh, I'm a big Seinfeld fan, so I may be able to stomach it now. They're up against the fence now, and after Buckley got that real nice takedown, which means he hasn't been able to, he hasn't struggled with getting a hold of Thompson. He slammed him, but Thompson got up. Now they're against the fence. Buckley's delivering some knees to the inside of the thighs of Thompson. That won't do too much until tomorrow. Then those bruises will show up. But here we go. Buckley's kind of closing when he needs to. Thompson is moving. Oh, and he explodes a little bit on Buckley. What happened? Did Buckley just trip a little bit? It was a slip. Okay. Thompson tried to high five Buckley, but Buckley wanted none of that. Thompson went for a high kick, and Buckley ducked under it. Did you see Buckley and Cormier kind of making peace?
Yeah, I kind of agree with him. You know, he said he kind of wished it was done under like other circumstances, but I mean that all started in front of everybody's eyes. So,
what did you think of that? Like Buckley said that in the end, he said, "I didn't talk about his mama. I just said his mama raised the hoe, right, or something like that. McGregor's the hoe, right?" But DC said, "Well, no, in a way you are because you're kind of coming at her parental skills." But I don't know. I think DC was reaching there. Like, you're not saying she's the hoe or there's anything wrong with her. She just raised the hoe. So, well, I don't know. But you're not supposed to touch mamas for sure. I get DC's point. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what he means because, you know, you could always just say your parents raised the hoe, but you know that it's going to sting more if you say your mama raised the hoe. Because everybody just loves their mama, right?
It looked like neither guy wanted to concede. It looked like they did make peace. And in the end, it's Buckley's fight week, so it maybe isn't the time to settle it. So I'm glad they spent some time on it. But Buckley bleeding? Can't tell. But Buckley's swinging, man.
On his right eye, somewhere around here.
Big elbows from Thompson. Joaquin gets the takedown. Is 133, 32, 31, 30 left here in round one. Watch out for the knee to the head. He's still a grounded opponent.
I think Buckley might be bleeding. Not so bad.
I don't see any blood on Thompson, and Buckley's face is all over Thompson's.
Look at Thompson's left leg, the shorts.
I think that's just the lettering goes.
Right there at the bottom.
At the bottom? Oh, maybe. Fingers, I like it. Beltran already telling, I think it was towards Buckley. Oh, that was to the side of the head that Thompson landed that. Buckley just walks right through him, though.
Yeah.
Buckley wanted to wrestle, and Thompson shucks him off. But now Buckley does get, no. He put him up against the fence. Thompson's right back up. Thompson still looks good for 41 years of age.
Buckley doesn't seem to be breathing heavy at all. He's got a nice little pace going. Yeah, so he's got blood here on his eyebrow.
Okay. Are you getting a commercial for soccer, women's soccer?
No, ESPN Plus.
Do you know if Alex Morgan retired from the national team or all soccer all together?
I think the national team. If you get a chance, man, this is the third ESPN Plus commercial in a row. If you get a chance, watch the Hope Solo documentary. That's really good.
I got a Home Depot commercial. Chris Weidman in the audience. Some jabroni behind him. Trying to get in.
Dude, that's
someone?
Patchy Mix.
No. It was a guy in a blue shirt, a white dude. Somebody on one of my Facebook pages said, "Hey, been listening for a long time. Love the show. Whatever happened to the Clearwater Beach bad boy?" And I told him, "Well, thank you for being a listener. Appreciate the kind words. Have not heard from Clearwater in about 2 years." I think he commented on a Facebook post, and that was about it.
Whoa!
But it reminds me of when he called in one day and Russ from Boston was visiting. He's hanging in the back of the studio listening with the headphones. Clearwater makes his call, and then at one point he goes, "Hey, who's that jabron sitting behind you guys?" And Russ took it so personal. He goes, "Hey, you know jabron here, pal." He got it near our mics. He goes, "Hey, you know jabron here, pal." But it was pretty funny because he just kind of slipped it in there. He goes, "Hey, by the way, who's that jabron sitting right behind you?" That's when we used to take phone calls on our show, which you can catch twice a week, Mondays and Thursdays. You can get it straight from the website.
Ooh.
The podcast, MMA Junkie Radio. We just recorded our 3500 show about a week ago. And you can also obviously go to your favorite podcast platforms like Omni, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, and Spotify, or wherever else you get your podcasts. And of course, if you want a live version of kind of what we do every Monday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, it's Spinning Backclick, available here on YouTube, youtube.com/MMA Junkie Video for those that are listening not through YouTube. Now, let me just say this, that for the next couple weeks, while Dana White Contender Series is still on, we will be going 1 hour later than usual. 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. And the reason we do that is because the Dana White Contender Series weigh-ins are at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Now, since the Contender Series is going to be over, that's why I'm just giving you that other time. Noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
Buckley was
52 weeks in a year. Buckley what?
He was able to get a takedown, but Wonder Boy got up really quick.
See, I bet Buckley to win by KO. So far, no can do.
Them short little shots he's been thrown to the body, to the head, they've been nice. I don't know if the judges catch that, though. He might have to be a little bit more aggressive.
Now it's Thompson that's kind of stalking Buckley a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's smart. Oh, nice left hand by Buckley.
Left Anna right now.
Oh, Buckley landed a few, but now he goes back to the takedown.
Might get this one. And he might get in the center of the... nope.
So far, nothing. He drags him down, and Thompson already has his back to the cage, and he's already getting up. In fact, he's already on one knee. And that reminds me, of course, that's why Weidman's there, because Weidman was kind of a random face to see in the crowd. Him and Thompson, I believe, are brothers-in-law. Let me see if I got this straight. I believe Chris Weidman is married to Stephen Thompson's sister.
Ooh, that was low.
Or is it Stephen
Not
Thompson's
marriage,
brother is married to Chris Weidman's sister? Something like that. So there's the groin shot. And Mike Beltran is telling Stephen Thompson, "Hey, take your time." And Thompson saying, "No, I'm ready to go right now." So they paused the fight now for about 24, 25, 26 seconds. But now they're back in action. And there's 50 seconds left here in round 2. Nice side kicks there by Stephen Thompson. 30 seconds left here in round. Oh, Buckley attempted a nice exotic like wheel kick. It looks like, oh man,
Whoa.
Buckley when he throws hard.
Yeah. Stephen Thompson, he's just got to do more. He's just the whole round is him reacting to what Buckley's doing.
I like that it's kind of less running, and I know that sounds awful, but he does avoid a lot of interaction, right? With his footwork, his style of countering. And sometimes it can kind of lead to a little bit of a boring fight. In this one, he's engaging more. Now, a lot has to do with the fact that Buckley is good at closing distance, cutting off the angles, and he covers a lot of ground when he throws some of them wild punches. But I've also seen Stephen Thompson take control of the octagon, and he's actually been leading the dance, and he's been, throwing strikes. So, fun fight.
So far.
I'm going to look at the live odds and see what the bookies think. Buckley was the favorite coming in. If it's similar, then it's 1-1. If he's a huge favorite, then he's up 2-0. It looks like it's 1-1 because Buckley's minus 260 and Thompson plus 170.
Nice Ram from Buckley.
Oh, I see minus 115 on each side there with whoever the UFC is using. We're using BetMGM today, right, Goze?
Yep. This is, good 1-2 there by Buckley. You want Stephen Thompson backed up against that cage. You want to take away that karate stance, that style that he has. He's less dangerous when his stance can close.
Buckley's a lot faster with his hands than Thompson. But when Thompson throws kicks, he is quick. And when Buckley throws kicks, he's slow. Buckley should just throw hands. Four minutes. Well, we're at 357, 356, 355 left in round 3. Fun fight, man. This is the last one leading into the pay-per-view. Now, some of you are going to choose not to get the pay-per-view. Stick with us. We'll be your eyes and ears and tell you what's happening in real time. Also, you can let somebody know, hey, check out this watch along. Here's the link. We would be forever thankful for you. Lastly, hit the like button there for those watching on YouTube. It helps out the algorithm. You'll hear me say that many times. I don't feel like it's much to ask. So just click the like, boom, you're out. You can go in one ear and out the other when next time you hear it. Buckley's up to minus 500 on my end, which leads me to believe he could be up both rounds, 1-1 with a clear lead in this round. Who knows? Now, remember, they're in Salt Lake City right now. If I had to bet, like if I called a buddy or Ken Hathaway, for example, who's there, and said, tell me exactly where you're at, I bet you he's a minute ahead of us.
In the arena.
That has nothing to do with streaming or television. They're always ahead. Even with television, they'll always be ahead. Oh, big KO by Buckley. It's over. It is over. And Mike Beltran got there just a little bit late, so I don't fault Buckley. He got another one in, but it looked like he was done from the first shot. Thompson went down, and Thompson took a lot more hits in this fight goes than he usually does, and that's a credit to Joaquin Buckley. He could just get to him with his speed, his ability to reach and tag him.
That's a point that I want to make for the main event. Stephen Wonderboy Thompson is so good technically, but sometimes the kryptonite for that is a guy that's just a little unorthodox in the way he throws punches, the angles that he throws them from.
There it is right there. See, he goes down, and then, okay, so he wasn't immediately out, but he was on his way. He was on his way down, and he was on his way to being out, but it did require this next shot. This next shot's clean, and that was it. The third one, probably not necessary, but hey, you can fight until they stop it. Huge reaction there from the broadcast booth. Great job, man. Great platform and a great opponent to beat. You know, this guy was a former title contender who took Tyron Woodley to a draw in a title fight.
Yeah.
So if not for Woodley getting the pass because he was the champ, I mean, you could say he fought at a championship level. That's Thompson's dad that Joaquin Buckley just Ray Thompson, I believe is his name, that he just shook his hand. Now, Thompson's probably like, damn, that's why I'm more elusive. I just can't mix it up with these guys that have heavier hands than me. But it was also more fun, and that's the trade-off. I heard Khalil Rountree saying, I fight for you. This is why I do it. I'm sticking with my strength. And I'm like, bro, it's a nice thing to say at a press conference, but if your coaches devise a plan that says, you know, we're better off striking less than you think against Pereira and becoming a world champion, your first focus should be being a world champion, not pleasing the crowd. If you can do them both, okay. But, oh, man, to look back one day and say, I tried to please these fans instead of, you know, trying to win a world title. No gloves are coming off for Thompson. Let's see what Buckley says. Is he going to call him McGregor? Biggest win in your career, says Rogan. 14 wins by knockout by Buckley out of his 20. He's calling out Kamaru Usman.
Everybody's calling out that.
You do your thing with Shavkat, let me call out Usman. And the crowd had a good reaction to it.
There you go.
I like it. And Usman needs a win, Goze. He can't, he's lost his last 3. He can't just walk into a title shot. He's an all-time great. Respect, right? But when you lose 3 in a row, you know what I'm saying? Like, and 2 of them were at welterweight, 1 was at middleweight, to be fair. And you got a guy that's 18-0 with 18 finishes in Shavkat while waiting. Yeah, man, you just might have to wait there. What I would do, though, is get on the same card. I don't know if that means you're the alternate or if Buckley would be the alternate, but I'd get on the same card and put a big spotlight on that division at the press conference, in the hotel, whatever, be on the same timeline. Tisha's already gone back and cleaned up, and now she's walking in with her wife, Raquel Pennington, who's kind of cozying up to the fans, wearing some Jazz gear. I figured she's a Nuggets fan, right? She's from the Colorado, but
yeah,
smart. Oh, I did want to say this about Pena, Goze. I thought that was one of the cooler moments ever on Embedded when her family surprised her, and she said, I haven't seen some of these relatives since I was 8 years old. I was like, whoa. I go, damn. Because she's like mid-30s, I think. Like that, some of them are almost 30 years, man. I thought that was pretty cool that they captured that moment. And it seems like she's got a good little strong contingent, whether it's her Venezuelan family and friends or, you know, whoever else she's bringing from Chicago and Washington. I see her mom was in town. She was part of Embedded. And that can usually lift an athlete pretty good. Now, she said, she goes, and there's my dad. And I don't know if the dad counts. I don't know where the dad figures in the life. If he was part of the bunch she hasn't seen in a while, or if he just happened to be, you know, on the same flight or whatever.
I thought she was bringing the heat all week, but I thought Kayla torched her with that comment about the records. That was 10-8 in my opinion.
But then she messed up because she goes, "Who have you beaten?"
Right.
And Pena had every right. Pena didn't say it, but Pena had every right to go, "You ever heard of Amanda Nunes?" I mean, like the GOAT. You know, like I've won a belt. You've won your gold medals. You've won at PFL, but I won a UFC belt. You can't dismiss that. And I did it through the GOAT. Now, that said, I thought the GOAT
walloped her the second time.
Oh, she did for sure. But I thought the GOAT just didn't show up the first time because I think she overlooked her, man. She just didn't train, didn't look the same. And
we got to get this pick done here. It's time to switch over to the pay-per-view.
The pay-per-view, yeah. So, folks, again, retweets, shares, everything. We'd really greatly appreciate it. Hitting the like button, we'd appreciate that too. Look, we're giving you winners. Give us get in.
Yeah, what more do you want? All right. Let me just get this queued up. Main card. Okay. Caitlin Vieira plus 650. Kayla Harrison minus 1,000. Oh, 1,000 is so much, you guys. If this were another sport, if this were football, they're basically saying this team's gonna wallop the other team 42-0, 50-0, something like that, right? I don't know that it's gonna look like that. I do think Kayla Harrison's gonna win the fight. I'm a little nervous about her focusing so much on what could be past this fight. If anybody can do it, I think it's her, but I think she might have gone a little overboard. I think it's a tougher fight than people think. I'm going to go Kayla Harrison. Yeah, that's my play. But those odds are ridiculous. I think this fight is a lot closer than that. Way closer than that.
Yeah, I don't think you can do anything but take Kayla Harrison. We're not laying the 1,000, right? We're just picking the winner.
Pretty much, yeah. If you want to lay 1,000, that's on you. But I'm just telling you who I think is going to win. But I think it's going to be a lot closer fight than what those odds are saying.
Yeah, if you're asking me, well, what would you do? I'd put $10 on Vieira to make 65, but I'm not going to put 1,000 on Harrison to make 100. And I'm not going to put 100 to make 10. What's the point of 10? So I either don't bet it, or I bet just the dog for $10, $5, just to have, funsies or whatever. Or I bet Harrison and another fighter in a parlay to kind of bring the odds down. But now I got to win the Harrison fight and then another fight. So, folks, it's not the end of the world to sometimes just sit one out either and just enjoy it. I think Harrison is capable of overlooking an opponent and still handling business. She's got incredible focus. She's an Olympian, for crying out loud. So I think she's going to smash Vieira, honestly.
Well, we're not allowed to talk about it, right? But what if, George? What if it were to happen twice in 1 year?
What?
The thing you're not supposed to talk about.
A no-hitter?
Especially, yeah. More, I guess, on the lines of a perfect game.
Oh.
5 fights left. Did Anik do his eyebrows or something this time?
DC's 46. I think Rogan's 56.
Is he really?
Who?
Rogan? It's 56?
Yeah, he's a few years older than me. Maybe even older. Well, I'll look it up. We have the ability to look things up right quick.
You're 55, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's 57. He turned 57 a few months before me. What's the UFC score? 17-10 USC. USC's driving. They're at the 35 of Minnesota. So let's say they can get a field goal up. They'd be covering their 9. But it's certainly not going over. Uh-oh. They just intercepted. It looks like they hit Miller Moss as he was throwing it, and now Minnesota's got the ball.
Man, Dodgers are in trouble.
And I heard Kershaw's out now for the rest of the year.
You can never. Yeah, we're actually talking about Khalil Rountree, who has a Dodger tattoo right in the center of his chest. I don't know, man. I'm feeling upset on that one tonight.
Goes, if I told you I'd give you $1 million if you could guess Rogan's middle name, what would you guess? Like if I said 5, 4, 3, and you
Oswald.
Oswald?
That's obviously got to be something goofy, right? Or weird.
Why?
Sorry.
Joe Rogan's kind of plain.
If you're giving me $1 million, it's probably because you feel pretty comfortable at that. It's not going to be common.
I just think there's so many names that it'd be impossible. But no, not impossible. It's a common name. Go ahead. I'll give you one more guess. 5, 4, 3.
Franklin.
No. Joseph James Rogan.
Hmm.
But I always get a kick out of middle names. You know who one of my favorites is? Our friend Jason Straub. His middle name is Rolf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does not like talking about that, by the way.
No?
Nah. I got a piece of his mail one time and found it. And he'll own up to it, but he don't like talking about it.
Goes, I'm looking at our screen, or maybe I need to hit live. That's what it is. Okay. Huh. It still shows Almeida and Potato, or what's going on there on the right-hand side?
Are you talking about Panda Player, or what are you talking about?
Yeah, like on our YouTube page. I hit the live.
YouTube, I don't know. I don't have 2 screens up right now. I have StreamYard and Panda.
Yeah, it shows Almeida and Potato, Hernandez and Hubbard. All right, no worries. It's fun being on YouTube now. Just like we were the first time. And like I say, you want to tell your friends, because a lot of people are going to choose not to get the pay-per-view. So tell them to get on in here at youtube.com/MMA Junkie Video. Please hit the like button. This is my 3rd time saying it. It was at 36. Now we're at 52. So it helped. I'm going to say it in a few different languages. Please hit the like button.
Okay.
¿Podrían tocar el botón like, por favor? And in Portuguese, I'm going to make it up. Você pode apertar botão do like. Do like. Muito obrigado.
Did you know Farah can speak Spanish?
She can? For real?
Yeah.
It she just bullshits a couple lines.
She's pretty good. I talked to her earlier today.
Wow. So she speaks Farsi, French, and Spanish?
I think she speaks Arabic.
Oh, okay.
Arabic, pretty good at French, English.
Oh yeah, duh, English, of course. They are at the Delta Center in Salt Lake City. It's a big arena, proper arena that houses the Utah Jazz team. So if it's any close to sold out, it's going to be loud in there. So far, it's felt pretty good, like a good crowd. I mean, I can't blast the volume here because we can't rebroadcast the broadcast, but I can still hear enough. Here comes Kayla Harrison, who won 2 titles over at the PFL. And she did it at the 155-pound division. That's what they had at the time at PFL. And so she knew that coming over to the UFC, she had to make a dip all the way down to 135 pounds because the UFC disbanded their featherweight division when Amanda Nunes retired. So now there's not even a 145-pound division. That's why Norma Dumont, for example, is fighting at 135 pounds. And same with, what's the gal that won the reality show goes? Macy Chiasson.
Mm-hmm.
They all got to fight at 135 pounds. I mean, unless they miss weight. But that's all they have. 45 is done. So Harrison, who never believed in dropping weight, was adamant about, nope, I'm not going to put my body through it. She's had to, and she was already jacked at lightweight. She's had to go all the way down to 35. Or 36 in this case. She only weighed 136. She wanted to make championship weight just in case they needed her, but she chose to weigh in at 135. Now, it could be she got word that the other two were on point, so there's no sense in suffering that last pound.
You hope that's the case, right?
Yeah. But let me tell you something. Her debut was so impressive over Holly Holm. Remember, she's got the same skill set as Ronda Rousey, high-level judo, Olympic caliber judo. And Holly Holm's the one that figured out the Rousey puzzle, right? Footwork, space, ability to get up, and then iced Ronda Rousey. Ended her career. Well, her and Amanda Nunes.
Mm-hmm.
And so, coming in, we thought, well, Holly's definitely going to, probably have a decent showing here. We'll see who wins. And yes, I'm well aware that was 8 years ago. But man, I'm telling you, Kayla just ran through Holly. I think she's pretty special, and I think she's going to run through Ketlen Vieira as well. Ketlen Vieira is a little bit bigger.
She's going to run through her?
I think so.
I think I think Kelly Harrison will make it out with a win, but I think she'll also make it out with a bloody nose.
Maybe.
She's definitely become a fan favorite, though. And she's embraced being in the UFC.
She can run her mouth. Like I said, her only goof up that I can recall was her saying, "Who have you beaten?" Like, that's not tough to remember, Like, Amanda Nunes was your teammate your first 5 years before she left the gym. And even if she wasn't your teammate, who forgets the GOAT? You know what I mean? It'd be like me going up to Rio Chonan or Matt Serra and going, "Oh, bitch, who have you beaten?" Regardless of their careers, they'd go, Anderson Silva, and then the other guy would go, GSP. Or who's another one? Brad Pickett. Who have you beaten? DJ.
Mm-hmm. That's the referee that got bounced, right?
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Should I make a bet? If I think Harrison's going to mop her, oh, shit. Let me see if there's a prop for that. Vieira looked like she was struggling with like the hype, the trash talk. She was kind of reliving her career. Why did she get the easy route to the title? And I don't know.
Let me give you a little update here, George. It's 5-3. The Padres are winning 5-3. 1 out, but there's 2 men on base, and Ohtani's up to bat. It's now or never, huh? Oh, fuck, they switched the pitchers. comes Ketlin Vieira. She's just tough, man. She doesn't really back down too much. I like her jab, but she can't just stand in front of Kayla. She's got to be active. She's got to be moving around.
Oh, dude. So that right there, the guy that just hugged her, the older gentleman, is Andre Pederneiras. He fought in the UFC years ago. He's also gonna see. You're also gonna see him in Jose Aldo's corner. Dude, when he corners Ketlin, he's loud, goes nonstop. Oh my god! And I've seen Andre coach before, but not like this, man.
Mm-hmm.
He just really, really like he doesn't do that with Jose that I remember. It could be that we were in the apex and he just needs to communicate with her in a different way, but he's just non-stop yelling. Some good publicity there for DraftKings.
No.
Where's she? Renee Goulet? Now, she's also a judoka, not to the level of Harrison Olympics, but she's got a black belt in judo, black belt in jiu-jitsu, and she can strike. I don't think she's particularly a master of any of them, but you don't have to be. But Harrison's really, really gotten better at the offensive wrestling, and she's obviously a world-class judoka, and her striking's not bad either. But she's just powerful, man. And when you're powerful in women's MMA, I'm telling you, you can just hurt chicks. You don't have to hit them on the button. $17-17. The UFC and Minnesota game. Give me an update goes on the Dodgers.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Otani right now.
Any men on base?
2 men on base, 1 out.
How great?
He's on base. Bases are loaded. Mookie Betts up.
Mookie Betts bats behind Otani?
5-3 and one out right now. Gotta drive at least 1 home. All right, are we syncing up?
Oh yeah, let's do that. Okay, we'll do it obviously when they start the fight. Manaus is the jungle, man. She's from Manaus. Have you ever heard they're from Manaus? Like her, Aldo, I think is originally from Manaus, but he's lived in Rio de Janeiro for so long. That's like his new hometown. And I think who else is from Manaus? I think I know he's got some jungle background because he wears obviously the get up there. Alex Pereira. I'm not sure he's from Manaus, from the Amazonian area, but I think he's from the northern part of Brazil. All right, guys. So right now the clock says 4:56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50.
They haven't even started yet.
Let me know when you start.
Just now. They just touched gloves.
All right, so I'm at 440, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34.
I'm at 47, 46, 45, 44.
Okay, 16 seconds. All right, 42. All right. Gotcha. Boom. All right, let's see. We matched up 419, 418, 17, 16.
I think
15.
now I'm ahead of you. I'm at 12, 11, 10, 9.
Yeah. So just give it a quick pause. Go.
Okay.
All right. All right, folks. So we're 1 minute in here. They're feeling each other out. Kayla Harrison fighting out of the southpaw stance right now. Kellen Vera, orthodox. What does that mean? Orthodox, righty, southpaw, or lefty. Now you know what that means. Obviously, I just give it away.
Nice left hand from Kayla Harrison there.
Yeah. Oh, nice kick there by Kayla Harrison. Now Kayla Harrison ties up with Kellen Vera. She doesn't have to judo toss her. Her wrestling, her offensive wrestling is really good. Those girls at American Top Team say they really, really work hard, but they embrace what's called Mako Mondays. The great Steve Mako, who won national titles at Oklahoma State University around the same time that Daniel Cormier was going there. Steve Mako, he is the wrestling guy, one of the wrestling guys. King Mo's another wrestling guy, wrestling coach over there at American Top Team.
One run just came in. 5-4 now. Harrison's landing some nice knees straight up the middle. There are times, though, where you could tell she's going for a toss.
In fact, we should have looked, but I'm almost certain that Mako's in Kayla Harrison's corner.
He walked out with it.
I know Mike Brown is. So let's see what she's setting up here. Remember, Kellen Vera also well-versed in judo, so she may not just get tossed all night either. Oh, now, that knee kind of snuck up there for Kayla, it looked like. And then now one up the middle.
Can you imagine if we had that other ref in this fight?
Yeah.
And how much that could change the trajectory of what could possibly happen. Like,
and that said goes, I don't know if you noticed that on the left-hand side of the camera, Goddard was talking to them. There he is again. He's creeping up. All right, so they separate. They're in the center of the octagon.
It's a nice little mini battle, a little win, right, for Ketlen Vieira to be able to survive. But she wasn't launching any offense.
Right. They just showed Harrison's corner there talking in English. I don't know if they'll show the other corner because it's all Portuguese. But if they do, you'll get a kick out of Pena, man. Now Harrison does get the takedown. Almost takes her back there. Can she get a hook? She's got one hook in. Now she's on top because Vera rolled to her back. So Harrison's on top in half guard. Let's see if she frees up that leg and moves into a more dominant position or just chooses to beat her up here. Now there's only 40 seconds left here in this round. She may just want to ride it out. No, she chooses to pass. She's clearly on top in a dominant position. Oof. Oh, nice punch there landed by Harrison. Another one by Harrison. Harrison's really taking it to her. Now let's see if she chooses to beat her up or to take her back. She's on top now. Vieira's not really doing much other than just putting her hands up between her and Harrison's fists. 10 seconds left here in round one. Harrison in a dominant position. Punching. Hasn't really threatened to choke or anything. Just punching. It looks like the round's going to end, though. That's a clear Kayla Harrison round. 10-9. And that's a message. It didn't take a judo throw to get her down, but that ground and pound is something else.
I'm trying to see if
Pena is telling her to calm down, relax.
It's a good round for Kayla Harrison. She kind of got the best of her everywhere.
She's got a little mouse of Kaylin Vera under her left eye. Great takedown. That's the elbow. Probably that messed up her left eye a little bit. It looks like it's swelling up, but Brad Tate's doing a good job of getting that end swell up. Kayla looks good right now. No bloody nose yet, Goze. Can Vieira start establishing something on the feet? See, Vieira is long and does have some good strikes and good power, but she seems too tall, upright, and stiff a little bit sometimes.
She's very tentative right now, especially because of what happened in round 1. You could already tell, like right there, pulling back on the end of her punches.
Yeah,
she's afraid to get taken down.
I remember how beautiful Joanna used to just stand there and just throw, man. Oh, nice little right hand lands there for Vieira.
Mm-hmm.
10-9 for Harrison. The scores are coming in. Yeah, now see, look at Harrison. She's just kind of bouncing. She's a little more fluid. And granted, Harrison was a little more stiff at PFL. She's really, really kind of been working on, having a little bit more bounce and fluidity to her movements, her head movement.
I think Kayla's just kind of buying her time, throwing strikes, gauging that distance, but there it is.
Yeah.
She went for it. She couldn't get her, though.
She tried to grab the back of her knee there and push off. Joseph Benavidez is really, really good at that, former WEC and UFC standout. Three, 17, 16, 15 left here in round 2. They're standing in the middle of the octagon. Not too much going on. Kayla Harrison just tried a kick to the body. Vieira kind of pushed it away. Vieira throws a 2 across, misses. Harrison goes for a takedown again. Looked like she got scratched in the eye, but they touch gloves. They're okay. Harrison trying to go in with the same type of entry again, just trying to get the back of Vieira's leg. And it's not a bad strategy because, like I was saying, she just kind of stands so upright.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, inside calf kick there by Kayla. A nice one.
Kevin Vieira is starting to get a little bit more confidence, though, in her striking.
Yeah, and I think Harrison should now just resort to wrestling. So now she does take my advice with 219, 218, 217 left here in the second round. She's got Caitlin Vieira pressed up against the cage. She does have one underhook. The other hand is free to punch. Or let's see if she can maybe set her up for a toss right now. She's right in front of Andre Pedernera's, Caitlin Vieira's coach. So Vieira's probably getting good coaching at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
And Vieira breaks away, actually. However, Kayla Harrison gets her right back against the cage. Oh, she just landed a nice elbow, but Vieira fired one of her own back. 143, 142, 141, 140 left here in round 2. Up against the cage, trading knees. Let's see what happens if they break away, if someone can sneak in an elbow. Or could Kayla dip down maybe and try and get a double
Vieira
or something?
A nice elbow.
Vieira did. Yeah, you're right. Elbow lands her for Harrison. I think Harrison should honestly just go down. She's so strong, go down for a double leg. Or grab a single. See if she can pick her up and put her on her can. She's now under a minute, though. She wouldn't have much time to work. So this looks like this type of round that'll be settled right here against the cage.
Yeah, it's up for grabs.
Someone could walk away with a 10-9 here. And Kayla's lumped up a little bit.
It's getting bigger and bigger.
She's got a mouse on her forehead. It's getting big, yeah. They're going to have to work the end swell there. 25, 24, 23, 22 left here in round two, sorry. And Mark Goddard just broke them up. Every time the ref breaks them up, it's going to be a topic of conversation because an earlier ref was doing early breakups.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't seen early breakups like that since Polyana Viana and Alex Pereira broke up. What were they, like 2 weeks ago dating and then they were done?
It's not the nose I was talking about, but it's something, right?
Yeah, it came from a big elbow. But it's not bleeding.
No, it's bleeding.
Oh, it's just growing. It is just growing, though. There it is, that elbow. Oh, that had to hurt. Get the end swell up. Oh, then she took another one, man, underneath the left eye. So when you're up against the fence, Mike Brown should probably be saying, just do something. Go down for a single or go for one of your judo tosses or something, but you just got lit up. And her nose is kind of red too, Goze. That kind of damage might have swayed the round over to Ketlin. Let's see what live betting's like. Imagine this is the minus 1,000 favorite too, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's live betting say? There's blood coming out of her nose too. I think it's shifted a little bit.
Minus 1325 for Kayla, plus 475 for Ketlin.
Good position here for Kayla Harrison. She kicked her front leg out.
Yeah, and Vieira went down.
The hold of her. Vieira survives though, gets out of it. Now they're both in the center of the cage. Kayla can't just like stand right in front of her. She's got to move around side to side.
Those seem like crazy odds to me because Vieira could have conceivably won round two with the big elbows.
The blood now, I believe, dripping out of Kayla's nose, right onto her foot.
Aaron Bronstetter has it 2018, but he's saying 1919 was in play. That's the second time that she's gotten leg kicked and she falls to the ground, does Vieira. That just goes to show you just how strong Kayla Harrison is with her leg kicks. I mean, look at her legs, man. Just a specimen. But Harrison keeps going in for that takedown, and it's not getting her anywhere. She must be like 1 for 5, trying to grab the back of her leg and pushing her down. She's not shooting doubles or going down for singles when they're up against the cage.
Mm-hmm.
And there she goes again. And Kellen Vera's she's not even coming close. And now she's at 322, 321, 320 of round one. Head kicked there by Kayla. It just came up too slow. Vieira blocked it. Vieira misses with a cross. Kayla does reach down for the leg, misses. And now she pushes Vieira up against the fence. And now she's going to take her down. She does. She does get her down. Okay, now it could be curtains for Vieira. She's got her legs crossed, so she's in a closed guard. Let's see what Harrison can do here. Vieira's plus 1335.
Big bombs being thrown from the top, an elbow and a big right hand. Or left hand, sorry. A lot of blood, though, coming out of Kayla right now. That nose is probably broken.
The over has cashed if we took it because they're at 210, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25 of round three. Kayla Harrison's still on top there in Kellen Vieira's full guard. Now, remember I told you Vieira kind of stands upright and everything. She's really tight, man, with just her. She's not athletic, right? So she doesn't have the ability to just spring up either, like to open her legs right now and create a scramble and just get up like a lot of other fighters do. If she's going to try and attack, it looked like she was maybe going for an arm, but she came up short. Kayla just drops a nice elbow. Sorry, Goze.
No, I was going to say from right here, this is exactly like Tito Ortiz, old school Tito Ortiz. Posture up, throw those elbows up against the cage. The cage doesn't have any give, so there you go. Boom. She wants to keep it here and just ride this out.
Goes in the chat room. Is that green? What's known as the, what do they call those?
Super chat.
Super chat. Yeah. Ricardo B. Glad you're doing the watch along, fellas. Just muted the stream. Been watching you guys since the show's in the kitchen. Thank you, Ricardo B, for sending that. We really appreciate it all these years, your support. Because, yeah, the kitchen's like back in Santa Ana, California in 2007.
Yeah, we've
Kayla
upgraded
Harrison
bedrooms now.
Kayla Harrison's just obliterating. No, that's the wrong word. Dominating, not obliterating. She hasn't really like bloodied her up or nothing, but she's been relentless from the top because Kayla Vera had no answer for it. Crowd gets happy because it looked like Kayla was maybe trying to get underneath for a choke, but now they're facing each other. Kayla's got 15 seconds to finish this fight somehow. Maybe some ground and pound. Who knows? Is that USA chant coming out?
Yeah.
Fight's over.
Okay. Arguably, I mean, George, I do believe Kayla Harrison's going to win this.
Yeah.
But more importantly, with a bloody nose.
Okay. Now, I'm wondering who could see. Raquel probably couldn't stop those takedowns either.
I think Julianna can, though.
Maybe Julianna could. But I still see, if she's making this weight with no problem, I still see her winning a world title at some point.
Well, okay. Think of it this way, though. That was 3 rounds. Can she do this 5 rounds, right?
Right.
That's really important.
See, Pacheco and Cyborg are really athletic, especially Cyborg. So I could see her in championship rounds maybe struggling. But Cyborg's also getting older. She's like close to 40, whereas Kayla's 34. We're never going to see it because Cyborg's over at PFL right now. That's about sounds about right. Okay, so there was 2 30-27s and 1 29-28. What does that mean? That one judge did have it 1-1 going into round 3, but the other 2 had her basically drawing dead, having Vieira drawing dead. And
they praying?
Yeah. And so if Vieira would have won the last round, she wouldn't have won the fight. Only on one judge's scorecard she would have, but not the other one.
They did a good job though with the end swell.
They sure did, Goze. It is gone down, huh?
They flattened it out.
Or is it so wide? Oh, they flattened it out. That's what they did.
She said she came to the UFC to challenge herself, not money.
Vapor H, who's winning? Kayla Harrison just defeated Ketlin Vieira 30-27, 30-27, and 29-28. Kayla Harrison just spoke with Joe Rogan and told the other ladies to enjoy it while you can. She's basically coming for you.
Here's
That's
the thing,
Rashad
George.
Evans. Yeah.
It's a good win, but it's not one of those wins that I think sends fear into the other two ladies fighting later tonight. If anything, I think they look at her and go, huh, there might still be holes here that I can take advantage of.
Right.
She did show heart, though, and coming back and solving. It looked like in round 2, she was looking for answers there. So we got Kevin Holland and Roman Dolidze next. These odds are a little bit closer. Kevin Holland is minus 150. Roman Dolidze comes back at plus 125. This is a little bit of a nightmare for me because Kevin Holland just doesn't play by the rules. You know what I mean? Like, there's times where you could be doing more and he just fools around.
It's hard to bet on him.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to find a way to win. And the thing is, even when he loses, he kind of just doesn't care.
Do you have to bet them all, or can you skip one? Can you take your bye? Your bye week?
Oh, but what if I ruin the perfect game?
Oh.
Give me, God damn it. Give me Kevin Holland minus 150.
All right.
I think he'll just find a way. Kayla closed at 1,100.
I believe it.
If you guys are on social media right now, taking a break, please, retweet the stuff that's out there. We want to continue doing this for you guys. We added the YouTube component. We're definitely coming back every pay-per-view, but we wanted to get this out on YouTube and try that out a little bit and get it out to more people. So help us out there. Just retweet anything you see out there. You're more than welcome to communicate with us via the chat. George can see the YouTube chat. I can see the Panda chat. We are not only here for the main card, but we were here 4 fights before that. It's a long day, but it's fun. It's good to be with you guys. We appreciate all the support. Thank you to, who was it, Rob earlier?
And we'll be doing it for UFC 308 as well on October 26th for the Abu Dhabi card. And yes, we're aware that fight card starts earlier in the day, so don't worry. We'll be here early for that. And same thing with UFC 309, John Jones versus Stipe Miocic, Michael Chandler versus Charles Oliveira in New York. And then, of course, UFC 310. So there'll be 14 pay-per-views this year by the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Used to be once a month, so 12. And now they're up to 14. And Goze, I don't know if you know this, but the Dodgers are up 6-5.
Yeah. But that might change soon. Let's see.
It's the bottom of the 5th.
Hernandez drove in a run. And then I don't know who came up after him. The third baseman. Big dude. What's his name? He used to play first base. Shit.
Muncy?
Muncy. Yeah, he came up after him. 7-5 now.
He's caught first base and third base, right?
Yeah.
So far, UFC 310 looks like the following: Cyril Gane against Alexander Volkov, Movsar Evloev against Aljamain Sterling, Dominic Reyes against Anthony Smith. We're hearing Tatiana Suarez against Verna Jandiroba. I don't think that would be for a interim, because it should be Tatiana Suarez against Zhang Weili. So I'm wondering what's going on there. Chase Hooper against Clay Guida. Nick Diaz against Vicente Luque. Michael Chiesa versus Max Griffin.
You watching this USC game?
Oh, what's going on there? Oh, shit. Incredible. 56 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. Not even one timeout left. But the clock stops in on first downs. So hopefully we can get a good run back and then see. But you need all 7 points.
Wait, what do you? I'm only watching it here on the. I got 17-17.
USC in Minnesota?
Yeah.
How much time left?
59 seconds in the fourth.
Well, it's 24-17 now.
Shit. All right. So they scored on 4th and goal?
Looks like it, yeah. Oh, man. Holland is inside the octagon. Is Delite in? Did he come out?
No, he's coming right now.
Is Delite still with Extreme Couture? I thought I saw him hit and miss with some ATT guys.
I don't know. I know I've seen him. I see him at Walmart a lot, actually.
And then the guns and knives section?
No. And last time was grabbing eggs. Probably a throw at vegetarians.
I don't see Eric Nixick yet. There he is. There's Eric. Okay, never mind. Oh my God, is that homeboy? What's his name?
Zangief.
Yeah,
Gabriel Checo.
Wow, he's gained a little bit of weight.
You ever been to his gym?
No, but I've seen a few BJJ's, Zangief BJJ shirts lately. Doesn't it look like Clarence Boddicker in the background? Bitches leave. See him?
Yeah.
All right. What's the Dodgers at? Keeping track of too many things here. 7-5 Dodgers goes.
Mm-hmm.
Second and 10 for USC. Miller Moss back to pass. Throws over the middle. Incomplete. It'll be 3rd and 10. I don't see any flags. Yeah, that one's going to be... Oh, there is a flag. I wonder if the quarterback got hit or something. We need something that gets us 15 yards. Move the ball towards midfield or something. Nothing. Hell, I don't know. Unsportsmanlike conduct against Minnesota. That's a free 15 goes and a first down. Otherwise, it's going to be 3rd and 10. Minnesota coach is beside himself. Oh, because one of the players had like a belt buckle and he kind of lifted his shirt. Yeah, that's a bit much, man. All right, let's see here. 46 seconds. UFC's back to pass. Quarterback throws it, completes it, 10 yards. No, gets an additional 5. He's at the Minnesota 45. The clock stops with 40 seconds left. I'm sure he can ground it here. Or just run the play from here, as long as you don't take too long checking off. The clock's not running. Quarterback's back to pass. Remember, no timeouts. He throws it downfield, and it's incomplete. Probably the best thing because it wouldn't have even been 10 yards, so it wouldn't have been a first down. All right, and this fight's about to start. Roman Dolidze goes back down to 185 pounds, where he's fought most of his career. Remember, he was at 205 in his last fight against Anthony Smith. He's coming out of the red corner, and he's fighting out of the orthodox stance, as is Kevin Holland, who's fought at welterweight, but now he's fighting at middleweight. He's in the blue corner. Nice kick to the leg there by Kevin Holland. Look at Holland's legs compared to Dolidze, man.
I know, right?
Hard to believe this is the same weight. It's 3rd and 10 now for USC.
Roman is probably not going to land that first punch. It's the second one. He's just Kevin's too fast, and he just can't get close enough.
If Roman's a 85er, then yeah, Kevin needs to drop to back down to 170. Holy cow, you can notice the difference. Arms, legs, everything, man. Goes USC's at the 28 with 15 seconds left. The clock stopped. And in this fight, we are 344, 343, 342, 341, 340. They're kickboxing, folks, kicking each other in the legs. That's at least what Kevin Holland's been doing here. Dolidze is just kind of walking him down, but not offering too much.
He walks him down, but he doesn't throw any strikes. It's the oddest thing. Little exchange there.
Exchanged a few, yeah. Nice uppercut there by Kevin Holland, and he gets out of the way before Dolidze returns fire. And USC throws an interception to end the game. It was in the end zone, but in the wrong guy's hands. So that game's over. 306, 305, 304 left here in round 1. This is the swing bout here. Second fight on the main card. We still have Goze Aldo against Mario Batista, and that'll be followed by the title fights. Raquel Pennington is defending her women's bantamweight title, same division as Kayla Harrison and Kaylin Vera. And Alex Pereira, third fight in like 3 months. He's defending his title against Khalil Rountree.
Did you see? So Roman Dolidze gets a takedown. He's on top of Kevin Holland in his guard right now, closed guard. But here's the thing. He got it off of just a very lazy kick from Kevin Holland. And now Kevin Holland has to pay for it. Right now, Dolidze's just throwing some body head, trying to open up Kevin Holland a little bit here.
That one.
Kevin's not really showing much as far as trying to get back up, but he's also not really offering much as far as going for a submission or anything like that. He's just basically defending. Essentially, he's saying, here, have round 1.
Yeah, he's in his full guard. Now, Kevin is a black belt under Travis Lutter. Travis Lutter's the guy that won, let me see, it was season 4 of The Ultimate Fighter, and he got an instant shot at Anderson Silva's middleweight belt. He's a respected black belt, but unless you're really active, which to give Kevin credit, he's a little bit active right now. You're not going to win too many rounds from the bottom. He even had a body lock triangle from the bottom. Oh, now he's going for the arm. But Delitze sees it. He's out.
Oh, something happened to Kevin Holland right now.
I think his arm got trapped for a second there.
I just saw him kind of wince and
There's
scream.
40 seconds left, and Roman Delitze is just wailing on Kevin Holland. Kevin Holland's very well protected, but still, you can only do that for so long. You should punch back at least. The referee is hovering over with 26, 25 seconds left. He's getting some warnings to fight back. But, you know, he's covered up, but oh, now Delitze landed a nice elbow because Holland's talking to him. I don't know what he's saying. 10 seconds left here. Let's see if he can survive. Now, obviously, this will be a Delitze round.
Do you come close to his rib?
You might have hurt his rib. Jason Herzog is the ref that was overlooking things. Look like he had a lot of concerns, like should he stop it or is there an injury? Oh, you can see Kevin's in agony right now. And he said, I think so. They must ask him, can you go still? Oh, one of the cornermen is taking the lead right now, saying if he can't fight, he can't fight. It's up to Kevin Holland. You can't do it. Oh, no, he wants him to fight. He's saying continue circling, use the jab.
He's got to hope this doesn't go to the ground.
He just repeated what I said. The coach didn't make the call. Let Kevin make that call. No, the coach is saying it's over. Oh,
I thought he said he's good. He said it's over.
Okay, if Kevin Holland wanted it to end, that's fine. But I'm pretty sure if he wanted to quit, he would have quit the minute he went back there, not now, you know. It's probably the right call in the end, but DC's right. What I was saying was the fighter needs to quit.
I mean, he obviously could barely move. He probably tore some cartilage in his
right
rib.
there, yeah. He's in a lot of pain.
Those are really annoying because even when you feel like you're back to 100%, sometimes you just aren't.
Yeah.
It's so hard to judge when you're back.
Big little run of months there for Delitze. He steps in on late notice and gets the win over Anthony Smith. He just got his black belt right now from Gabriel Checo. And he just defeated Kevin Holland. And this is in 2 different divisions he's doing this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, oof.
The crowd
you
is
get
not
to pick the next one, George.
Hey, wins are wins, man. He wants to fight in December. That's probably the UFC 310 card. Wow, the country of Georgia's had a good year, man. Dvalishvili won a world title. I already mentioned what Delitze's done.
Mm-hmm.
And let's not forget, part Georgian is Ilia Topuria as well, although I think he's been claiming Spain a little bit more. Well, he claims them all, but I think he's attached more to Spain. Dodgers are up 7-5 still, according to my windows. I already mentioned USC Trojans went to Minnesota and lost. Next fight coming up is Jose Aldo against Mario Batista. My colleague, our colleague goes, Danny Segura and I on opposite ends. He thinks it's Aldo all day easy, and I think Batista's going to win, and not only that, finish Aldo.
Ooh, you think there's going to be a finish? I think
I don't say that very easily either, because I think the world of Aldo. I think he's an all-time great, but I really like, the youth, and I think Batista's just kind of an animal out of a good camp. But hey, I've been wrong before. Trust me, I wouldn't be shocked if I was wrong again. But
I'm kind of more on your side, but I don't know if he can get the finish. I thought Jonathan Martinez just had an off night, honestly. It doesn't mean that Jose Aldo didn't have a good night. I thought Jose Aldo fought a great fight.
I'm curious what Minnesota was on the money line. Tennessee's winning 14-13 over Arkansas. Who are we going with then? Batista or Aldo for this?
It's on you.
Batista.
He is minus 120. Aldo is plus 100. And do you want the finish too, or just like that?
No, I'll just take the win. I'm not going to get greedy. I just did that with Kayla. I had Kayla by TKO, and she won by decision when she had a good chance to win by KO.
Yeah. Mario Batista looks like the real Richie Valens, not Lou Diamond Phillips.
Did you make that up, or did someone make that up?
I made it up, I guess.
That sounds like a John Wilkes Booth type of take.
Watch. Every time I see him when we do interviews, I always think he looks just like him. So right now, Mario Batista is in the prep point, getting ready to bring him in the cage. Looks cool, calm, and collective. But that may change the second he looks across that cage and sees Jose Aldo. At the end of the day, it was probably one of his idols, someone he looked up to, someone maybe he thought, I'd never fight. And here you are. We've seen so many fighters over and over. Hell, the last one, Jonathan Martinez, said the same thing.
Dodgers are still up 7-5 in the bottom of the sixth. Jose Aldo coming out to Queens. We are the champions.
I think that might be one of the first times Salt Lake City's ever heard that song, right? They're probably jamming it right now. What is this? This is interesting. Which is a damn shame when you think about that Stockton Malone team. Like, how do they not have a banner? Just one.
It's always fun watching Jose Aldo, man. This is one where I have no problem if I'm wrong.
Doesn't the guy behind him look like he lost a mustache bet? He's like, come on, do I really have to do it? Yeah, you lost.
I'll have to look.
Right there over his left shoulder. His wife just said, just put a fake one on real quick. Nobody will notice.
Because no one in his corner has a mustache.
The guy right there, not in his corner, the commission guy right
there.
there.
Oh, the commission guy, yeah.
He was like a fake mustache. Is Joker really that bad? It's getting horrible reviews.
Really?
Yeah, or the second one.
I kind of was interested in watching it. Jose Aldo gets a nice pop into the octagon. "38 years of age for Aldo, 31 for Batista, 5'9" for Batista, 5'7" for Aldo. They both weighed at 136. Jose Aldo has a 70-inch reach. Batista 69 inches. I guess the age is the most glaring difference between the two.
Is that Aljo? Yeah, it is in the back.
He doesn't miss an event, does he?
No. Granted, I guess not too far, right? Salt Lake and Vegas, but Jose look a little soft to you?
A little bit. Who does the chat like? Who do you guys like? Aldo or Batista? Let's get a quick run here before the fight starts. Am I crazy? I really like Batista.
Aldo here. Aldo, Batista.
And Mike Beltran will be the third man in the octagon, and Batista's out of the blue corner. Aldo's out of the red corner. They already touched gloves. We're at 452, 51, and 50. If you want to link up with us, Batista already getting aggressive there with his strikes. I knew he wouldn't be shy about it.
I think the last thing you want to do is remind Jose Aldo about leg kicks.
Oh, good leg kick there by Aldo.
Batista's not scared. I mean, he's getting in his face.
Nice shot to the body by Batista. And now Batista trying to press him up against the cage. Let's see if he goes for a takedown. Or maybe he just wants to tax his energy tank a little bit here. Letting him wear him for a little bit. But it's Batista pressing Aldo against the cage. We're at 357, 56, and 55 of round one. This is the featured bout of UFC 307. We still got the 2 title fights left. If you're running late, Kayla Harrison defeated Kayla Vieira via unanimous decision a little while ago. Roman Dolidze got a TKO win over Kevin Holland, who had a rib injury and couldn't continue. And here we are in this fight. Again, still pressed against the cage. Some shoulder shrugs there at Aldo from Batista. Now he's mixing in some knees. Aldo not really too worried about what's happening. Almost has a look on his face like, really, dude? Mike Beltran still watching things over. Tree Choppa in the chat room says Aldo is going to go back to the leg kicks. Super Spider Moose says Aldo, if it's close, and it should be. He has more experience. Solid take.
I'll tell you this much. If you're on the other side of Jose Aldo, in your head, you're saying, please don't throw that leg kick. So whenever there's a fight where he doesn't, I mean, he's just kind of giving you a gift. Nice elbow there.
Yeah, it was a nice left. I thought it was a punch, but maybe it was an elbow by Mario Batista. Mario's just wearing down his legs, and now Aldo breaks free. Aldo throws a quick left hook.
He looks like he woke up a little bit there.
Oh, what was that? Like a knee or uppercut or something, but it did look like it rocked Aldo's head back. Aldo with a nice cross that lands. Batista still jabbing the body. Then he goes over the top and hits him with a nice right hand to the side of the dome. Aldo takes it like a champ. 2:01, 2 minutes, 1:59 left here in round one. They're in the middle of the octagon, a wild left and a head kick by Batista. Land, but not too solid. Now Batista goes in for a takedown. He misses, but he does have Aldo pressed up against the cage. Aldo has great balance. He's traditionally been a hard guy to take down out of the strikers. And a lot of it just has to do with his athleticism. Batista resorting to foot stomps. The crowd's starting to boo. They don't like the lack of action. Referee Mike Beltran talking to both guys. Doesn't matter because they've now separated. They're back in the center of the octagon. 111, 110, 109 left here in round one. Aldo with a crisp jab. Really fast. Landing too.
Oof.
Not solid. They're both swinging wild. No one's landing flush. Nice body shot again. It's a jab that Batista's now landed like 3 or 4 times. Batista switches stances. Now he's back to orthodox. They both are. Kick to the thigh by Batista. A nice right cross lands for Batista. Aldo returns some fire, lands a few. Crowd goes nuts because Batista was off balance a little bit.
Aldo, it's just that feeling of you want him to do more. You know, when he does do something, he's somewhat successful with it.
And he looks so good and fluid when he still does it, even at age 38, but just some of it doesn't land too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right hand there lands for Aldo, and it kind of pushed Batista back. I don't know. In a round where there's not too much going on of the big stuff, something like that could make a difference. You never know. But I think Batista's going to take this 10-9.
Yeah. A little bit of blood on Jose Aldo's lip.
Let's see what the live odds say. Batista minus 360, so he got the 10-9 according to what the bookies think. Stern warning from his coach, hey, you need to be more active or you're going to lose this fight. Oh, look at that elbow. Kind of like a forearm. by Batista. Nice right hand lands for Batista. Dodgers up 7-5. They're in the middle of the seventh inning. Seventh inning stretch right now. Daniel Creppy in the chat says he thinks Batista's going to win. Thank you. The likes are really nice. Took a nice little boost there the last time. So thank you guys for hitting the like button. Aldo looked like he landed a nice knee, right, to begin the round.
Did. You know, at times he has this timing. Lyoto Machida used to kind of do this too, where he can throw it and it almost works as a jab in a sense. I know it's short distance, but he just meets his opponent right there with it. Right now, there's some blood coming out of Mario Batista's left eye.
Nice jab there by Jose Aldo.
It's in a bad spot too. It's getting in his eye.
He took Andre Pedernera's advice to heart because he's very active, coming with a couple hooks. There is Aldo. Another jab lands for Aldo.
Oh,
and now Aldo might have landed a knee on Batista. Batista goes and grabs a single. Aldo is still bouncing around on one leg. And now they're separated. 402, 401, 4 minutes left in round one. Definitely an Aldo round, and the crowd's popping for him as well. Aldo throws the left hook that lands. 1-2 lands for Batista. Not much on him. But he's finding his bearings a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. There's that knee again.
He's got Aldo pushed up against the cage. Oh, Aldo's getting a little cocky there, sticking the chin out, letting Batista get free shots in. But then he answers with a few of his shots, but it's really entertaining for the crowd.
He didn't
get the best of it, but Batista just landed a solid right. And now Batista says, I want no more of this. Goes for a takedown. He's going to miss, it looks like. Aldo once again showing great balance up against the cage. 309, 308, 307, 306, 305 left here in round two. The crowd boos because the fights against the cage, it was really exciting when it was out in the open. Aldo was even showboating a little bit. Aldo's 4 for 4 in takedown defense so far.
Aldo just has zero respect for Batista's attack and his power. He's just playing around with him. Really, he's playing with his food.
Batista mixing it up with those shoulder strikes. He landed a couple, and then all of a sudden, okay, enough of that. Aldo brings up a knee. Reminded me of when he hit Chad Mendes with that. They're pressed up against the cage, and he landed a knee against Chad Mendes. Actually, maybe not just like Chad Mendes, but okay, he's getting a warning from referee Mike Beltran is to both gentlemen to work. They're just pressed up against the cage here with 204, 203, 202, 201 left here in round two. Batista goes down for a single. He's not going to get it. I don't know why I said that. He didn't get it, but just Aldo's looked really, really good as of late. You know, those shoulder strikes are nice, but oh, nice right hand there sneaks in for Batista. At some point, you got to throw here, you know. Aldo's got the lead in this round, and Aldo is throwing back now. Batista lands a jab. And those aren't easy to land on Aldo because he's really, really good with the head movement. A nice little left hook lands for Aldo, but sorry, for Batista, but Aldo answered with a nice stiff jab of his own. We're down to 118, 117, 116. Round two again. I think it's still an Aldo round, but Batista kind of woke up a little bit.
He did. You know, there's almost a minute left in the round. He'd have to do something pretty significant to take it back from Jose Aldo when you think about the damage and the shots that he's dished out. But I like the fact that he's trying to send the message that, look, I'm still here. I'm still ticking. I'm still a problem. And they'll arguably be 1-1 at the end of this round.
Beltran says, we got to work, guys. I think Batista's wasting time here. He just hasn't even come close. He does have Aldo on one leg, but Aldo's great, man. Great balance. Okay, they separate here, and Aldo lands a nice couple of right hands, and the crowd goes nuts again. There's 18 seconds left.
Oh,
Batista with a jumping knee. Aldo with some hooks, like a series of 4 punches. One of them might have landed pretty good. Now Batista
like
goes for
Tyson.
one more takedown, but he's not going to get it. I find it hard that Aldo's not going to win this round. Batista closed pretty good, but let's see here. A lot of it might come down to conditioning. DC was noting that Aldo's definitely slow down.
Let's see where this cut is. Looks like it's right above the eyebrow, but it was leaking into his eye. It was bothering him a lot.
John Crouch is saying this is the fight you've been asking for your whole fucking life. Show us what you're made of. He's the same guy that corners Cannonier, Benson Henderson. Used to coach John O'Malley and Mackenzie Dern early on. All right, here we go. Round 3 is getting ready to start. 2 title fights still remaining here on our MMA Junkie UFC 307 watch along. The cut is closed on the Batista eyebrow. Aldo looks okay. He does look a little worn down, but they hug it out. Fight starts. Sorry, round starts. Aldo with a 1-2. A lot of speed on it, but it didn't land. Some of it looks like arm strikes, though. He's not putting all of his hip and leg into it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a quick snap. I mean, I still wouldn't want to get hit by it, but it doesn't look like enough to KO you unless your chin just walks into it.
But
it's going to be a good
falling down.
Yeah. I think Batista, either way, his profile is going to go up, especially if he can win. But even in a loss, a lot of people don't even know who this guy is. Oh, that was a lazy kick by Batista.
And he kicked him right on the shin.
I know. At this point, dude, just throw hands and elbows. Don't try and wrestle. And don't kick. Aldo still looks fast, man, here in round 3. 339, 338, 337 left here in round 3. A left hook sneaks in there for Jose Aldo. Batista looks like he's slowing down a little bit. His punches are a little slower. A right hand lands for Batista behind the ear, looked like of Aldo. And Batista goes for another takedown.
He's not even coming close, man.
Crowd boos. Let's see what happens here when they break away. If they do break away, we're at 301, 259 here of round 3. Still up against the cage. Shoulder strikes for Batista. This would be a shitty way for either guy to lose the round because no one's really done much to score points. They're still up against the cage. The over is going to cash if he took it. Oh, Batista took him down for half a second. I think he got him to the one knee. And then Aldo popped right back up. Now we're at 221, 220, and 219. Again, he gets Aldo down to one knee, but Aldo pops right back up. But this isn't scoring points. And you haven't banked enough to know that you're going to get your hand raised, even though the fight stays here. On both sides, I'm saying this. On both sides.
Mm-hmm.
But Batista won't let it go. Now, DC's making a point. The judges might not have too much to judge, and they may just remember this. And from what we're watching right now, Batista's doing more. Okay,
That's
Mike
so
Beltran.
frustrating. That's what's so frustrating about Jose Aldo. Just sometimes he just can't figure that out. Output. He's got to have more of it.
Mike Beltran separated him. The crowd popped, and then Batista rushed in again. Aldo should have been a running back or something because he seems hard to take down no matter how you hit him.
Yeah.
107, 106, 105 left in round 3. The crowd is not happy, man. When they stand and throw, it's really nice. But against the cage here, nothing's happening. It looks like Beltran wants to jump in again.
Aldo just looked at the clock.
Yeah.
Batista's just done a good job of forcing Jose Aldo to play defense.
And see, Jose threw a 1-2 that landed. The crowd went nuts. And again, is that count more than all that in time against the cage? Maybe. Now Aldo throws another 1-2. And then Batista, he's giving the fight away. He goes back for the takedown. He just took damage. The judges, what did Rogan say? Smart strategy? I don't think it's smart strategy.
I think it is because he's taking Jose out of it offensively.
Right, because it's damage that wins the round. See that little damage that Jose's done? That can sometimes outweigh 2 minutes of action, of non-action against the cage.
I think it's gonna be close scores.
Sometimes they'll let you bet even after they've given the fight's over. If Aldo's a big dog, he's worth the bet, I think. You might have snuck one out right now. I mean, if you bank some damage, then sure, run out the clock. But if you haven't banked enough damage, oof, I don't know.
But the thing is, Jose hasn't really done like that's still that cut from round 1.
Well, no, but he hit him with a couple 1-2s too. Every time they separated, he answered with something. Okay, they're not letting any more betting happen, even though we don't know the scores. And think about how wacky these scores have been anyway. If you hear anything outside of Chris Lee, Junipero, Comigio, Ron McCarthy, Sal D'Amato,
I heard Chris Lee earlier.
Mike Bell. It's just a landmine. You're stepping on landmines at that point. $29-28 Aldo for Chris Lee. Batista gets the other guy. Oh, they're all good judges. Good judge names. Mario Batista got it. Wow. It was 29-28.
Jose can't do that, man. He was told by his corner. It's happened over and over in fights in the past. Can't put your hand on your heads and wonder why that happened.
Derek Cleary, Mike Bell, and Chris Lee. Well, what do you mean? Just standing there, not doing anything against the cage? Or?
Yeah, he's got to do more. And he has the gas tank. He has the tools. He has to understand that most of his opponents are scared shitless of him. He doesn't use that to his advantage.
I got to see what the judges' scorecards look like. We'll have to see what MMADecisions.com says.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that. All right, it's back on me. Oh, no, wait. You picked Batista, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah, so it's on you still.
Oh, man, this one's a tough one, Goze. If
Good
she doesn't
luck.
have ring rust, I think Pena can get the fight to the ground and cause some trouble, dude, against Pennington. However, 2 years off is a long time. And there's the Cowboy, still popular next to Weidman. Raquel, if Pena can't get her down and they just stand, Raquel's the better boxer, I think. So, okay. Oh, man, that's a few things going against her. So I'm going to go with Raquel Pennington.
Okay. I think I side with you on this one. I feel like if she can just keep her out of range, just fight long, I think she can frustrate Julianna Peña. It's just a long time since the last time we saw her.
Yeah. Two fights left, but they're both title fights, so we could go 25 and 25. Crisco Wild in the chat room. I notice that name every week when we do the Spinning Back Click show. Every Monday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, except for this 10-week run we're in of Dana White Contender Series. We moved the show back 1 hour, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. But normally, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And look, if you ever missed the show, because that's when it's on live. If you ever missed the show live, you can watch the replay here on this channel, youtube.com/MMA Junkie Video. While I got your attention about that, if you can hit the like and subscribe button here on this channel, I greatly appreciate it.
This is going to be an interesting one, man. Were you the one that hated Max Holloway shorts?
I didn't hate him, but I wasn't in love with them. Like, I like Alex Pereira's, but that one looked like his little daughter did him. Like it was, the coloring project at school or something. Pereira's just have a little bit more of that little warrior look, those colors that he likes to rock.
Mm-hmm. Man,
I do. You know who I really like? Dustin Poirier's. Like those, I'd say I'd wear to the beach. He wears trunks, not tights.
You always pulling them up.
Yeah.
I need the Dodgers to win so bad, George. Otherwise, I am just a complete mush as far as my teams go. Manchester United got slapped around. I mean, it's a draw, but it shouldn't have been. The Rebels dropped that game last night in overtime. USC stunk the bed. Is that even a saying? No, shit the bed, right?
Mm-hmm. Let me see if my godson's team won today. He had an early game at 1 p.m. I tuned in for a little bit, but all this madness started happening.
There's so much going on, isn't there? I mean,
Yeah.
MMA keeps you on your toes. We have no. It's a very odd job.
Holy
You kind of have
cow.
no breaks.
Oh,
What?
you don't even want to ask me what the score was in this game.
They win or lose?
They lost
How bad?
76-16.
God damn.
And they were down like 5 touchdowns before they even did anything. 35-0. Holy cow. Oh my gosh. It was 34-0. Then they scored. And then it was 69-8 before they scored again.
What do you think happens in Power Slap when you lose like that coin toss or whatever? Your stomach has just got to turn into knots, right? Your heart sinks. Because you're basically cattle to the slaughter at that point. You
Pretty
always want to
much.
be that first dude slapping.
Yeah, you don't want to slap second. Wow, the other guy had a game, man. The other guy had a game like my godson had a game the week before. 5 TDs, 433 yards.
Damn.
Logan had almost 500 yards last week. 5 TDs.
I'm sweating the Dodgers right now, man. 2 men on base, only 1 out. What do you think of all the things Julianna Peña said about Raquel Pennington?
It's true. It's not like, if you were to ask an MMA fan, who's the champ at 135 pounds, you're going to hear these responses. Amanda Nunes? Raquel Pennington? I don't know. But I think you're going to hear, I think Raquel Pennington might only be like 10, 20%. Like, she said, well, what have you done? Somebody asked her, what have you done? She goes, well, I went on, and she named up a bunch of shows. I'm just going to make some up. Something like Ellen, The View, or freaking, I went to a bunch of shows. I went to LA and did this and did that. Like, she kind of named off a lot of things that she did along the way. I don't follow these ladies close enough to know if they're doing morning shows or what they're doing. But it's kind of true. Raquel's pretty private. Like, she doesn't do too much. And I can't remember where I mentioned it. I don't remember if it was SBC or Junkie Radio. I reached out to her, and even though we had pleasant conversations, we couldn't get her on. So it's not a high priority for her to do too much media other than what the UFC makes her do. And then you hear about, what do you call it? Embedded. We didn't even see her till episode 4. Which is when she landed in Las Vegas. So it could be that she's like, nope, you're not coming to my house. I'm private. It could be. I don't know. So I think she had a point. But more than anything, it was, here's what I'll compare it to. For example, those presidential debates. Forget about policy and everything. When Kamala Harris brought up that Trump, they walk out of his rallies, you could just tell it chapped his hide, because it was like, wait a minute, we're supposed to be talking about economy, the border, and the future, and this and that, and she just kind of mentioned this little thing that struck a nerve with him, and I think that's what Pena did with her, like struck a nerve, like, yeah, you're champ, but no one knows it, or you haven't, no one cares about our division,
Mm-hmm.
and so I think it may have bugged her a little bit. Now, Pennington isn't too emotional, so I don't think it stayed with her, whereas Trump is, and I think it really, really bothered him. I think she was able to shake it off. But in that press conference, I could tell Pennington was a little bit rattled, just a little bit. Yeah. This is 2 days later, though. I think it's that we're all beyond that a little bit, but.
Comes Julianna Peña walking out to the cage.
Did Gold Glove
outside or what? It's a long walkout.
It is. Blue corner tape for Julianna Peña. Those are the challengers. I think I mentioned this pretty much every pay-per-view the last few months, but on MMA Junkie, when we post our stories, most of them are basically, stories about the sport, right? We'll call them fight bookings, results, opinion, gossip. Well, not gossip, but things we're hearing, right? Like fights that are likely to take place. And then we have the lighthearted stuff. And we call that the blue corner. That's where we get it from, basically, because the blue corner is the challenger. It's the lesser of the two corners. It's the B side. And but yeah, Juliana's a former champ, but she's blue corner tonight. She hasn't fought in over 2 years, so we'll see how she can handle this.
Pennington looks like she's going to close out at 160, minus 160.
Now, if Pena can get the fight to the ground, I'm telling you, that's her path.
Julianna is now in the cage. Now we await the champ. So in your group, one person actually goes, who?
What do you mean?
When you go, do you know who the champ is?
I don't think many people know Pennington's the champ.
You think this goes the distance? It's got to, right? We're in for 5 rounds.
I think it's highly likely. The over-under is 4.5. Yeah. Somebody said that maybe Pennington decides to wrestle. Of the two, if the fight hits the ground, I think Peña's more likely to submit Pennington than Pennington's likely to ground and pound her way to win. I just don't think it's going to happen there. If it happens on the feet, I don't know. I don't think either one has one hitter quitter type stuff. It'll be cumulative, but both chicks are tough. So they'll be there till the end. So yeah, I think it does go the distance. Was Bilal wasn't in Juliana's corner, huh? I know they train at the same gym, and he's in town.
No. Oh, the Dodgers just dodged a little bit of chaos right now.
All right. I like what I Esco is saying in the chat room. Who's gonna win, Pena or Pennington? Miguel Fernandez says Raquel. Esco says, how sure are you? How about everyone else? Everyone else, who do you think's gonna win? I told Goze Pennington, so I'm sticking with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm telling you, watch out, man. If Pena gets those takedowns,
I think it's one of those fights where early on we're gonna know what direction it's gonna go. You're right. If Julianna Peña can get a takedown early, I think you're probably gonna see a lot of that. If Pennington can fight her off and keep her at distance, I think she can wear her down. But I don't think she can get a finish. So I think I turned in Pennington staff picks. I'm gonna stick with that.
and here's another thing. So here's another thing that scares me about Pena. So 2 years, right? And Pennington's really, really tough. You know, like you saw that fight against Amanda Nunes. Amanda Nunes couldn't finish her in Brazil. So it's got to be done over a certain amount of rounds, unless you can get underneath that chin and choke. But yes, Pena has good cardio. She does. I remember all the way back from the reality show. She's got a motor on her. But still, man, her showing up on a Tuesday and not addressing the cardio when all the other fighters were kind of getting in early. You know, you can't underestimate that, man.
Yeah.
This is where Usman lost to Edwards, if I'm not mistaken, the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Usman was kicking his butt through 4 rounds, was even getting the best of him in round 5, and then Rocky nailed it. But Rocky looked like he was demoralized. He looked like he was tired, but he did it. Chris Goes Wild likes Julianna Peña for this. Aaron G says, give me Lena. I imagine he means Peña. T.Y. McFly says, Khalil, winner already. He's getting ahead of it a little bit. Esco says, I picked Elite over Holland. I've been picking underdogs and hitting them. Nelson Alonso says, who's got the street link? Not us, pal.
Nope.
And Nelson, let me tell you something. I would love to do it. I'm not some square, right? That's not all about that, but we'd get in some trouble. I get that it's happening all over the world, but yeah, man. You don't know how many times I've tried to hunt down ways to watch a fight as well. Yeah, here, all the best we can do is give you the play-by-play.
Chris Go Wild, hit me up on social media. I have a question to ask you. Instagram, X, whatever. That's a spinning back click OG right there, George.
Yeah.
This were like Sons of Anarchy, his patch would say first 9 for sure. That's what I look like in that line yesterday, George, in the third quarter when we were going to get food.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. Neither girl looks like they're about to get in a fight, huh?
Mm.
Do you have friends or people you know that know one thing about you that can make you laugh at any moment, like if they make the right face or something?
Yeah.
If you told me $1 million were on the line and Laura makes her impression of what female fighters look like before a fight, I would lose. I would laugh for sure. All right. We in for a good fight or what?
Yeah,
They gonna show up?
I'm gonna stay positive and say yes. Jason Herzog is the third man in the octagon. Well, no, he's the third person in the octagon. And now they're out in the center of the octagon right now, starting the fight. We're at 449, 448, 447, 446, and 445. If you want to link up with us, not a strike has been thrown just yet. We're 20 seconds in. They're right there in the center, figuring out who's going to go first.
Pennington's got to back her up with that jab. Got to keep her at distance. And when she comes in, she's got to throw that uppercut. Julianna just got to fight through that and get a hold of her.
Straight jabs exchanged, but not much behind them.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. What landed
Nice
there for
jab.
Pennington? Like a left hook?
A nice jab from Pennington, but it just hit her right as she was coming in. So it kind of backed up Julianna Peña a little bit. Almost knocked her down.
Juliana's stance is awkward. She kind of leans to one side.
She timed a nice right hand there, though.
Oh, wow.
Another jab from Julianna Peña, followed with a straight right hand. Nothing too crazy here so far in this fight, guys. They're both just trying to figure out their range a little bit.
Yep, we're at 301, 259. It's not an exciting fight. Mostly jabs are being traded. Now a nice right hand lands for Pena. But again, not too much power behind it. You know, we had Misha Tate on the show earlier this week, and she gave both of them praises. For one, with Pennington, she just said she's so darn accurate, has great mechanics when it comes to boxing. But one thing she did say out of Pena is that Pena deceivingly hits harder than it looks. She packs a lot of punch. And she compared her to Dricus du Plessis, who same thing. He's out there, he's throwing, right? Doesn't seem like much, but the next thing you know, you're on your can.
Neither girl really taking many chances here. Exchanging jabs, the occasional right hand.
Have you seen Dana White today, Goze?
Yeah, I thought
Okay.
I did.
Like I can see Mick Maynard and the announcing crew, Megan Levy, some of the fighters, but usually you see Dana on some of the angles. I did see Mark Ratner one time.
It's kind of hard to score.
Yeah. Oh, good uppercut by Pennington.
Right under the chin. Julianna kind of looking a little clumsy out there tonight.
A little bit.
Maybe a little ring rust.
But she's shaking it off little by little. It might cost her a 10-9. I'm surprised she didn't try and take the fight down to the ground. A lot of these fighters, honestly, sometimes don't even know the rules. I think as good as they should, and Believe it or not, folks, there are still a lot of fighters out there who think that takedown with 30 seconds left to go seals you the round. And as you all know, the takedown without any follow-up is basically almost nothing, which I also kind of slightly disagree with, but that's how they grade it.
I need to add those gold gloves to the collection back there. That and the blue Dana White contender.
What about the yellow Cage Warriors?
Yeah, I need that one too.
Well, I think Pennington wins this round 10-9.
I think so too. Little bit of swelling on Julianna Peña's right eye on the outside and a little bit on the nose. The jab has been landing really well for
Hold on a second.
Pennington.
Pena was saying something to her corner. And I saw her take this deep breath, right? But that's fine. A lot of fighters just take a deep breath to, collect themselves. But I'm watching Julianna, and she seems like she's breathing kind of heavy. Oh, nice.
I think she's a little emotional.
Maybe, yeah.
That uppercut was nice, right on the mouth. I think the follow-up too is what caused that swelling.
Now, remember, Pennington lives in Colorado, so she trains at altitude. She also got in on Tuesday, which is the normal travel day before the Saturday night of fights, but a lot of other fighters got in a couple of weeks earlier. But see, she trains at altitude. In fact, she trains 1,000 feet higher than where the fight's taking place. Pena trains in Chicago. And that's not 4,200 feet. I don't know what it is, but it's not 4,200 feet.
Mm-hmm.
She brushed it off of as, if you're in shape, you're in shape. Now, look, let me tell you something. She has pretty good cardio. She's gone 5 rounds before. And Bilal Muhammad's part of her team, could be that her team just has strength and conditioning down to a pat. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this fight plays out. 10-9's coming in via social media. Aaron Bronstetter, Sean Sheehan, Scott Fontana. 402, 401, 4 minutes left here in round 2. Nice overhand right lands for Pena. Pennington's the one stalking. Pennington's the one in the center. Pennington's the one initiating a lot of these exchanges. Pena's not really doing too much.
Nice body shot from Pennington. Now they're finally locked up. Let's see what happens here. Pennington defending against Julianna throwing knees. She threw one herself right up the middle. Nice takedown.
Pena gets her down. Now there's 3:16 left.
There's a knot on Pennington, kind of similar to what Kayla Harrison had on the left side of her forehead.
Okay, she's inside control, is Pena. And there's 3:02, 3:01, 3 minutes left. Let's see how Pennington reacts to this. Let's see if she can maybe mitigate the damage and get up quick. But let's see if Pena actually does something with this as well. Oh, nice. Julianna still saying inside control. She's yet to really try and pass. Looks like she may try and trap an arm. No. Pennington's raising up her right leg, and that's the side that Pena's on, so that Pena can't just bring her hip over and get into a dominant position. Now there's 2:15 left here in round 2. Pena's really still to make much out of this last minute or so. But let's see if she's setting something up. Goze is right. There is a knot on Pennington's left side of her forehead. It may have come from when they fell down to the ground. Their heads may have just collided.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she had really put an elbow in on her or anything like that. Will it affect her vision or not? I don't think so. I don't see no blood trickling or nothing. But now there's 145 left. So Pena's been way over a minute long on top and still in side control. In fact, they're in north-south position right now.
But Pennington's just offered nothing from the bottom.
Exactly.
It seems like she's trying to ride it out the whole round.
Now let's see if Pena attacks with some submission attempts or something. But now she does get up. She does get up, but Pena is trying to drag her back down, and she can't. Pennington's still hanging in there. Now Pena's on top with a body lock triangle, and Pennington's carrying her around up to the cage. There's a minute left. I'm sure Pena will try and get under that chin. She lets go of that. Oh, no, she's still hanging in there with those hooks.
Pennington's doing an awful job defending her. She just doesn't have that explosion.
Pennington's fighting back with some back fists. She's got a control of the wrist, so I don't think she can get submitted. Pena's just kind of hanging on. Those punches won't really count as damage. I think this is clearly a Pena round. But for someone that had a takedown with 3 minutes left, she didn't really do too much in terms of exposing Pennington, other than Pennington just really didn't have any answers, right, for getting up.
Mm-hmm.
So this could be a path for her to win some more 10-9s if she wants to go the route of a decision. But in terms of threatening with a submission or TKO stoppage, that didn't happen. Now let's observe them and see now that the round's over. Pennington looks okay. She's probably just glad that the round's over. She sits down. She's not breathing hard. They're using the end swell on that knot on her forehead. She looks okay, dude. She just took an easy drink of water like it was nothing.
They're around a piece, but Julianna's definitely shown a way to, like, more of a path to victory, I think. Because Raquel just had no answer to anything she was doing.
Pena's breathing harder out of the two. It all started when she went the route of north to south. I mean, it's not like I don't think Pennington was offering that much of a resistance for at least trying to take a more dominant position, but Dean Thomas is saying no damage was done. Pena missed an opportunity there. And now they've started round 3, by the way. Pennington minus 145, Pena plus 114. Those are basically odds that are similar to how the fight started. So it's pretty clear it's 1-1. It looks like a nice right hand landed for Pena there.
Yeah, I think it kind of hurt Pennington a little bit. Pennington landed decently as well, but I think Pena's did more damage. But yeah, there's blood coming out of Pennington's nose now.
Pennington had tried to like rush in and explode, and then she was just met with a big right hand fist by Pena.
She kind of came in almost like Superman punch style with that kind of thrust, and she just face first into a fist. Decent right hand from Pennington. Now they're almost locked up again. Pennington kind of shut off Pena.
The guys are saying, why isn't Pennington kicking Julianna Peña's left leg? It's right there for the taking. Oh, Pennington just tried to go high. What's that?
I think she's afraid of getting taken down. But that's the thing. Like at championship level, you can't be that person. You can't be afraid of those things.
7-5 in the Dodger game still.
That's what Pennington needs to do. Is every time she gets close, meet her with a jab.
How are you guys scoring it at home? I think everyone's got it 1-1, right? It's not an exciting fight. We're not going to lie to you. Fans are booing a little bit right now.
Nice right hand from Pena, and now she's got
that was a good uppercut. And now she's landed a couple elbows.
Goes
and
for
now
a trip
Pena gets Pennington down with 2:17 left. But see, now she's firing off some ground and pound, some hammer fists. She's inside control. They're closer to the cage. So now Pennington can maybe scoot around and at least try and get her back to the cage. I mean, it won't be easy, but before they were in the center of the octagon. And now let's see if Pena elects to raise her right hip over and maybe take a more dominant position or work from here. Crowd booing. 140 left in round 3. 1-1 according to most. Raquel Pennington, this is her first title defense. She won the title she won the vacant title when she beat Mayra Bueno Silva earlier this year. Of course, you all know Amanda Nunes retired last year. Oh, Pennington's attacking the neck now. Sorry. Pena's attacking Pennington's neck. And she's got both hooks in. 113 left here in round 3. She's not under a chin or anything. Pennington's got pretty good defense going so far, but that 10-9 goes at some point, you know.
Yeah, she lets those hooks get in so easily, too.
Pena's got a great body lock triangle on her. It's preventing Pennington from turning into her. Uh-oh, she's squeezing. She's squeezing. I can't tell if she's under or not, or she's just maybe crushing her face. Pennington's starting to... Her. Oh, wow. Pennington was starting to scramble a little bit, dude. Like she was ready to tap or just give up. The crowd went nuts, and she got out of it. Told you, man. She's tough.
But that's a wake-up call, right? Anybody else, that's a wake-up call. Let's see how she reacts.
And let's see if all that squeezing too tires out Pena, because now we're going to go to the championship rounds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so the round's over. But again, Pennington looks like the better of the two in shape. However, she's down 2 rounds to 1. No 10-8s, by the way. There was a threat for a submission. I grant you that. There was no damage. There was domination, sure. Duration, I think I said 2:17 was left when she got her down. So I don't think it's a 10-8. Remember, we're not in a state where they might be using the best judges either, though. But I think they'll be okay. I think it was a 10-9. Now, as I observe Julianna Peña, she is kind of huffing and puffing more than Pennington, but she still looks like she's okay. I ask you this, Goze, who would you rather have money on at this point?
I'd rather have money on Julianna Peña.
Me too. She's looking like she's the more championship fighter at this point. Pennington doesn't really mix too many things up. It's a lot of hands. Let's see what the live bets look like. Or sorry, the live odds. Okay, Pennington's coming out a little bit more aggressive here.
Whoa, head kick from Pennington. It kind of backed up Julianna Peña a little bit.
Yeah, and Peña's, by the way, minus 430. Pennington plus 235.
She finally threw that calf kick
Yeah.
on Pena. She's definitely being a little bit more aggressive, Raquel Pennington, here in round 4.
I used to think something was wrong with one of Pena's legs. See her right leg?
Yeah, how it kind
bends
of
inward, like a little bit like how Tim Sylvia used to.
like our neighbor.
Well, his knees bend backwards, yeah, like hyperextend. But Michael Johnson, the Menace, he also has one of his legs that kind of one of his feet points a little more outward, but I think it's from a lot of kicking. He just has one hip that opens up better than the other. But Julianna has a little bit of one of her knees points a little inward, and I remember Tim Sylvia had something very, very similar. It's just one of them though, and it's not too bad. I've seen it worse than others, but sometimes people get confused that she might have some sort of an injury or something like that.
Right. 3:24 left in round 4. Right now, I feel like this is a Raquel Pennington round, George, which would make things really interesting going into round 5 if it keeps up like that.
Right now, the live odds have Pena at -330, Pennington at +185, and there's 306, 305, 304 left here in round 4.
Blood starting to trickle out again out of Raquel Pennington's nose. She's backing down Julianna Peña with some shots here. Not really landing too well, but Julianna not doing too much. She fires back, misses. Pennington goes to the body with a right hand. There's no
good
not
punch
much of a
Pennington.
Yeah, good shot. Not much of a plan B striking wise for Julianna Peña. She just kind of comes in with the same 1-2 over and over.
I think Pena is now going to look to just get the fight to the ground around this mark. It's 213, 212, 210. I wouldn't be shocked if you see her try and time a takedown off one of Pennington's strikes. Big punch by Pennington puts Pena on her back. And now with 2 minutes left, she jumps on her. But I mean, it was a clean punch. Pena's on her back and Pennington's on top. She's trying to squeeze her head there a little bit. Now Pena's trying to make something out of it, trying to get a takedown herself. Pennington's still attacking the neck of Pena's. Now she lets it go. Pena's got a body lock, and she's got Pennington up against the cage.
Here's what's interesting, though, George. Let's say Julianna Peña finally gets this takedown. It's not like the other rounds where the round's still kind of up for grabs.
Right.
Pennington's got a good lead now.
Strike. Correct.
Yeah.
She'd have to do a lot to make it up. This will be a Pennington round, and more likely it'll go 2-2 going into round 5. But wow, that was a really nice, clean strike. I mean, she went straight down. For a second there, I thought if she had walked off, it could have just been over, but Peña recovered quickly.
There's Bilal Muhammad.
Now the live odds are Pennington -140 and Peña -120. $37 seconds, 36, 35, 34. Pennington still stalking her. And that should be a clear-cut indication going into round 5 that Peña just needs to wrestle. This whole striking is not going to get her the world title. She hasn't really threatened Rocky. I mean, she might have landed a couple like jabs, stiff jabs or overhands, but nothing really that's going to win her the title, whereas the grappling can win her the title. So let's see what the corners say in round 5. This round's kind of coming to a close here.
You know what, George? So earlier tonight, I said Kayla Harrison she got the win, but it wasn't the type of performance that sends a message to the girls in the main event, or the co-main event. But the girls in the co-main event haven't really sent that message back. So I think if you're Kayla, you're feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty clear.
Right now?
Huh?
Was that? I think it was Bilal talking to her right now. He goes, "You take this girl down right now."
It's 2-2. It can't be any clearer than this. Hopefully the judges have this right.
They got to put it in her head, the Pena side. No striking, no kicking. Take her down. That's your path to the title. And as for Pennington, keep your hands a little bit lower. Make sure you get ready to fight off some of these takedowns. And once she gets frustrated, boom, light her up. And now the crowd's starting to pipe up a little bit. I think they anticipate what we anticipate, 2-2. Live odds have Raquel Pennington minus 200, Julianna Peña plus 115. Little left hook there lands for Pennington. Peña still throwing some strikes. They're not even straight jabs. It's just a real awkward stance. It always reminds me of Ben Rothwell, how he kind of leans into one side a little bit. Of course, he's got one-hitter quitter power, though. And a real nice go-go choke.
And a really nice gym. You see what he's building?
Looks like a big barn, huh?
Yeah. Looks like one of them, what are they called? Tractor place over here on Rainbow.
Oh, Tractor Supply.
Yeah.
413, 412, 411, and 410. Not much to report here. Both ladies kind of throwing feeler jabs. Pennington more active for sure. If you had to force you to pick a 10-9 as of right now, with 1 round, 1 minute gone, I'd say 10-9 Pennington. Pennington does look pretty fresh. She's still got a snap on her punches. Peña just landed a nice right hand. But Peña's just looked like she's in a setup stance to just get to a takedown eventually. Whereas Pennington's snap, snap, snap. She's moving around. But the problem is her lateral footwork and her hips, it all looks stiff. Oh, nice right hand for Peña.
There's that jab.
So that's why she's kind of easy to take down and kind of keep down. I'm really shocked, Goze, that Peña hasn't attempted a takedown yet. Now there's 3:15 left here in round 5.
Mm-hmm. Couple things could be happening. It could just be ring rust. Maybe she's just getting older, but she just doesn't have the explosion that she used to have.
Who?
Peña. She's just looking
well,
really
Joe
slow.
Rogan has said that she's got to be possibly regretting not coming earlier because she seems to be sucking more wind.
Yeah.
Hello, Josh Stewart. How long is the first round? 5 minutes. Let's focus on the fight instead of orthopedic. Relax, man. There's not that much to report. All right, 225, 224, 223 left here. They're still standing. I wasn't trying to bag on her, man. What I meant was because of the way she stands and the way they were asking for Pennington to kind of hit her leg. Her leg did look like it could be vulnerable. But it could just be a prior injury, and she might have one of the legs looks bigger than the other one. I have the same thing from atrophy, from a torn patellar tendon. But I know I have less stability in that one. I'd hate to get kicked in that one. And Pennington just hurt Peña. Oh, Peña just fired back, though. Peña's not paying attention to Bilal. Bilal wanted her to take the fight to the ground. She hasn't even come close to it.
I actually think Raquel needs to back off a little bit, get that fight back in the center of the cage, and just keep her at distance.
I agree.
She's risking Julianna getting a hold of her up against the cage and possibly getting her takedown.
Nice right hand by Julianna Peña, though. But it's still not enough to overtake the round. Pennington's just throwing more. It's just that every once in a while, Peña has buzzed her. Now there's just over a minute left. And again, Peña, no attempt to take the fight to the ground. That's how she won rounds, taking the fight to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
49, 48, 47. Crowd going not nuts, but they're getting louder. Pennington looks comfortable out there. Uh-oh, big overhand right there for Pena. Not damaging, but it landed. Pennington explodes. Nothing lands. She threw like a three-piece. Nothing landed, though. Up the middle knee by Pena. Missed. Jab lands, though, for Pena.
The swelling on Pena's left eye is starting to get a little bit bigger.
Oh, nice counter by Pennington. Last 10 seconds here.
They embrace.
Fight's over. They embrace. And, yeah, I got to believe that the champ's going to hold on to her belt. I'd be shocked if she didn't.
Bilal Muhammad called it. I mean, he gave her the blueprint, what she needed to do. She didn't even try.
Michael Baker, I'd say Pennington won. If your boy got money on her, it should be pretty safe. I don't get Pena's strategy goes in that last round.
Mm-hmm. Here's what's weird. It's because it was 2-2. I mean, was it a good fight?
Because it was 2-2, yes.
It was compelling, right? But I don't know that
It wasn't great, and it wasn't shitty.
I think when it's a good fight, we all say
average isn't enough. I think it goes above average. It wasn't average though, because it was 2-2. Had it just been like 4-1, 5-0, yeah, I would have probably been saying this is awful. But the fact that it was compelling going into the last round and both had passed the victory, that was cool. But I just don't get it. I mean, Bilal couldn't have spelled it out anymore. If you want to be a world champion, you got to get this fight to the ground.
But when you go to a restaurant, you eat a good meal, what do you say afterwards? Can't wait to eat that again, right?
The check?
I don't think I want to see this again.
No.
Comes a decision.
It's going to be a split. 48-47 Pena. 48-47 Pennington. And new champion, Julianna Peña won. She wins 48-47, and I think that's awful. But the two judges that scored her for her are notable judges. Experienced judges. Both Mike Bell and Sal Diamato gave her 48-47s. All I can think of is that Pena was up 3-1 going into these rounds, into these final rounds. And it might go back to has to be the first round then. She won the two grappling rounds in round one.
Decision. Yeah.
Wow. She said, I heard the judges are doing some crazy stuff. You never want to leave it in the hands of the judges. Wow. Okay. Harrison, do they bring her in the octagon, guys?
I don't think they will, right?
Start the
Is that
marketing
her
now,
over there?
no?
She said in her post fight that she thought Vieira was better than both these girls.
Harrison's not even in the. She's calling out Amanda Nunes. And Kayla's in the back making fun of her for running. That's why Kayla should have been cage side to protect herself, protect her spot a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Sergeant Slaughter giving a hug to Julianna Peña. Look she's not even out of breath. I think one's going to be the questionable one, goes, because clearly the two that she lost were via the grappling. And Pennington won round 5, and Pennington won round 3. I think that's the one she had the knockdown, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, 4. So it's very well that Pena might have been up 3-0 on 2 judges' scorecards or something like that. See, I wouldn't say it was an outstanding performance. Man, I don't know. It's got to hurt to lose like that, dude.
Jeez. I mean, the UFC's probably happy they're going to get the fight they want, but God, that was...
There it is right there. Yeah, I told you. 2 judges had it 3-0 going in. She was drawing dead. Pennington was. And I don't agree with that. I thought she won round 1.
Yeah.
It's going to go down to round 1. The other ones were clear. These are experienced judges. All of them. All of them, boy. Damn. And I just told someone in the chat, if you have money on Pennington, you're safe.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a lie.
That poor fellow was putting things in his cart, his Amazon cart. Typing in the, look at even Bilal Muhammad. Kind of got a look on his face like, woo.
The judges will kill the sport. You know, let me comment on that, Art. I got to see round 1 again. A lot of times I've said what you said, right? Where, like, you know, the crime is in the judges or whatever. And then I go back and go, oh, yeah, it was close. I've always said you got to clearly win rounds or you set yourself up for that. Now, that said, I thought Pennington clearly won round 1. We're going to have to watch it again.
This is insane. Yeah, I mean, I'll give it the benefit of the doubt, but
I think what kills the sport is the fighters. Because, no, I shouldn't say that. You just got to clearly win rounds, man. Otherwise, you just set yourself up for this. And so much rides on this. See, it's not like football. Last week, 2 weeks ago, the 49ers lost to the LA Rams. We should have won that game. Bitter taste in my mouth. Following week, we beat the crap out of New England. All you had to do was wait 1 week and boom. But in this sport, you got to wait till your next fight. You know, and guess what? Pennington, she probably cleared $1 million for this fight because of pay-per-view points. She ain't gonna get that for the next one. I don't think she'll get a title fight. So her next fight, she'll probably get like $200,000 a show. You take a huge pay cut. I don't know, man. I get it. You got to pace yourself. You got to do this. You got to do that. There's so many things to factor in here, man. But I don't know that it's always on the judges. I really don't know. I think they just go, this is the info you gave me. 10-9. It's 5 separate fights that are graded 10-9, and then you add them up. Go ahead.
I'm going through X right now, and it's just overwhelming. Like, this is a robbery. This is a robbery. I just don't think that this many people could be wrong. It'll be an MMA decision. Is going to be very interesting tonight.
Art says you don't beat a champion this way. I get what you're saying, because they say to beat the champ, you got to take it from the champ. You don't. You don't have to take it from the champ. You just have to win 3 rounds, 10-9. You could win 3 close rounds, 10-9, and the other one could batter you and not get the 10-8s, but get 10-9s, and you still lose. Like, it's just a dumb saying that comes from boxing that basically says to beat the champ, you just got to win this. You got to win around this system.
I disagree. You know? I think I'm not going to say he's spot on, but I think a lot of people still think that way. Mm-hmm. When that fight starts, okay, according to the rules, it's not this way, but people think this way. When that fight starts, it's already 10-9 the champion, and you got to do something to take that away from him. Now, it could be one punch, sways it back in your favor, but instead of starting off even, people for years have always thought it's already 10-9 the champ. You got to do something, right? It's just embarrassing that these things kind of happen. Like, it's not so easy to just go out there and mop the floor with people, especially over 5 rounds. There are fighters that can do that. They have the skill set to do that, but not all of them. And I thought,
you remember in round one, we were sitting there and we were like, folks, this is all that's happening. The first minute or 2 had gone by and not much was there to report. That falls on both of them. And in this case, Pennington, because she lost, because she could have done more. Notice at the end of the fight, she wasn't breathing hard. So she was maybe thinking, how do I manage my energy across fire? Possibly, who knows? But in the end, that time when she didn't do anything, she could have been doing something. This fight goes down to round 1 is what it goes to. The rest were clear, but round 1, where both of them were kind of stale and not doing anything, you know.
Well, we both said the same thing, right? We said the same name. When they showed little Twitter stuff up on the screen, we saw the same thing.
Right.
Nobody in the chat said, "Are you guys crazy? What are you looking at?" How is it that all of us came with the same outcome, yet the judges can't do it?
Well, they know the criteria, and they're right there, and we're here. They might have seen something we didn't. I don't know. You're right, Goze. You're right. That's why I say I got to watch round 1 again. But there's been many times where I'm taking this stance, and then I watch round 1, and then boom, I turn red and go, "Oh, sorry, like I didn't see that," or whatever.
Even, what's an even worse look is when the girl that wins kind of goes, "Oh, okay." I mean, even she didn't think she won, and she was in the fight.
Yeah. Well, like I say, round 1 was just a shitty round with not much happened. I thought Pennington won, but 2 judges didn't, and that's all that mattered. And here we are.
And dude, trust me, I kind of hate the word robbery just because I think it gets thrown around a lot, way too easily. Sometimes there's a pickpocket. Sometimes you steal something. But an absolute robbery, I don't know if I'm ready to say that just yet, but I think something stinks.
Because we're on, we got to make the pick. I'm going to take a quick leak, but I imagine we're going with Pereira, right?
Actually, no. I guess it's on me, right? It's on me.
Yeah.
Out of respect, if you want, you can make that play because I don't feel like you lost that. So
is this odds or no?
He's minus 500.
I wouldn't lay 500, but I think gun to the head, I go with Pereira. But who would I bet on? I would bet on Roundtree. That's my choice. I'll let you decide. I got to piss.
All right. I'm actually going to flip the script, guys. Let me explain myself. He's right. That's a lot to lay. So you could say the same thing about the Kayla Harrison fight. It was double this, right? Alex Pereira is minus 500. That's kind of a lot. It's a guy that is tremendous, but yeah, you can say maybe there are still holes in his game, right? If he gets taken down, although supposedly that's not going to happen. I've been saying all week, I just feel like something crazy is going to happen on this card. For me, a guy that is so technically sound like Alex Pereira, sometimes, at least in the boxing gym, the kryptonite to that is a guy that's just unconventional, and that's Khalil Rountree. Guy throws with a lot of power. He can throw off balance. He throws from weird angles. It's kind of odd. And Pereira gets hit. He gets tagged from time to time. Now, Can Khalil Rountree do this over 5 rounds? Hell no. 1 to 2 rounds he's got maybe to do something like that. I'm just thinking there might be an upset here. So based on the line, I'm going to take Khalil Rountree at plus 360. I think there's some value there. Minus 500 for Alex Pereira just seems like a little bit too much, especially with all the nonsense that's gone on tonight. I don't know what is in the water over there in Salt Lake City, Utah, but every time they come here, we just get these weird fights. Not bad judging, I'm just saying tremendous things happen. So Khalil Rountree, that's the play. That's what we're going to do. Look, if we lose that, sorry. We've been winning all night. If you guys have been taking the same plays that we've been putting out, you have money in your bank account. Except for this last fight. But that doesn't really count. Khalil Rountree is now walking out to the cage. That's John Wood, his head coach behind him. He is the leader at the Syndicate Gym, which is literally, 10 minutes away from where I'm at right now. They're a little bit kind of on fire, right? You got Zhang Wei Li there. You got Merab Dvalishvili. John has an interesting way of coaching. I think it was Eric Nixick that said it this week. Not every coach is for every guy. It doesn't mean that this guy's better than that guy. Sometimes you just fit better with certain coaches. And I think Khalil's that guy. I think it took him a while to figure that out. And I think it took John a while to figure Khalil out. But I think they're finally on the same page. And all I know is I haven't seen anybody motivate Khalil the way John Wood does. And George and I have actually been calling this guy's fights since his amateur level. He is just a different dude. I don't know how to explain it to you. He's not weird. He's just different. He looks at things very differently. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. And Poatan, how do you argue with his results, right? I mean, he gets the job done. We'll have to see here. Interesting night of fights. We appreciate your guys' support. Thank you for coming on here, joining us for this entire fight card. Not just the main card, but 4 fights before that. Now we sprinkled in a little YouTube for some of you. So I hope you guys enjoy that. I hope you guys continue to follow us. MMA Junkie Radio, of course, hosted by George and myself. And Spinning Back Click. We're going to have a new project coming out pretty soon that I think is going to be a lot of fun. I hope it does get greenlit. I'm pretty sure it will. And I think you guys will enjoy that as well. So like and subscribe our channel. It helps the channel grow. It gets it in front of more eyes. And that motivates us, honestly. It motivates us to think of new ideas, new ways to entertain you guys. George and I were on our 18th year of doing our show. That's a lot of interviews. That's a lot of, how was this training camp? Like, we like to keep things fresh. So if you guys can support us in that way, we will try and support you back and give you guys some fresh new content. George, I ended up going with Khalil Rountree. I think I've already said this like a million times. You probably know my reasoning. But gun to the head, yeah, probably do go Pereira. But I don't know. There's something in the water over there at Salt Lake City. Like, weird stuff always happens. And I got a feeling.
Here comes a great walkout, by the way. I love this guy's walkout.
I think the Predator is going to walk out right now.
Joe Rogan says this is his favorite walkout. So right now he's just chilling, but then all of a sudden he's going to change it up right here. Oh, he almost tripped. There he goes. when they takes aim. That's awesome, man.
He's a cool cat. He's fun.
He is, man, and he looks like he's a good dad, and he's doesn't get into trouble outside the octagon, and he's a good champion and a good representative, and he's active, man. This is his third fight in 82 days or something like that. It's nuts. Because he fought at 300, that was April, I think the 13th or some shit. 303, that was June 29th, and then now October 5th. No, it's got to be more than 82 days, probably 182 days, something like that. 6 months. You know the Dodgers won, right?
No, I didn't. Thank God. Okay, let me read this to you. I did it really quick, so maybe I'm wrong. I believe there are 26 different media scores for this fight, okay?
On MMA decisions?
There was one draw. The rest were all Raquel Pennington.
Wow.
All of them.
Yeah, I mean,
let's go back to one earlier in the night. Let's see. Do they not have the Esparza fight up? There we go. In the Esparza fight, that's a little bit more split down the middle.
Damn, you're right. They're all Penningtons. That's what I had. I had the same score too. What was Pennington and Esparza like?
It was more Pennington, but it was more closer to being even. Let's see, Aldo Batista. That's kind of a split too. Where you get the water?
Yeah.
Sure. We'll just watch out for that. Thank you.
Tommy John says Alex is getting KO'd. LOL. He stumbled like AJ. Ha ha ha. Soltao 34 says he is the best jiu-jitsu in the world. Brazil is the best. Shama. Art MMA says, I feel like Alex is fighting way too much. Something is not right tonight. I have the same feeling, Art. Soltao 34 says, I know him. I live close. Brazil.
Nice.
Okay, all experienced judges. Derek Cleary, excuse me. Chris Lee and Sal Diamato, an experienced ref. I mean, look, let's say you fire all three of these refs. Then who do you go with? Trust me, whatever judges are out there, they got controversies as well. So, yeah. Convincingly win rounds. That's what GSP did. That's what Khabib did. They convincingly won rounds and they convincingly won fights. Oh, Peloton looks soft.
I would have never guessed Khalil Rountree that we would even be in this situation, but here he is.
What round does this fight end in?
1 or 2.
Regardless of who wins.
1 or 2.
Ray says Alex is KO'd for the rematch money. Yeah, I don't know about that. Your best money comes from being champ and getting the pay-per-view points.
You ever seen John Wood's house?
No. Oh, the inside. Yeah, he's got the games and shit.
It's like Pee Wee Herman's house. Cool bar. He's got Mortal Kombat, Rampage, Star Wars, bunch of arcade games, pinball. I kind of miss the old gym though. That gym was huge. It's like a Sam's Club or something in there.
But they keep expanding to where they're at now.
True.
All right, they're coming to the center of the octagon for their final instructions.
All righty. For a guy who loves to laugh as much as Poetan, when he needs to not have any expression, he's so good at that.
I agree. We all know who Poetan is. He's got the multicolored tights with the red tape around his wrists. Tall Brazilian, 6'6". Going for his third title defense. Wow, he goes straight for a kick against Khalil Rountree. Khalil Rountree caught it. He's got obviously the white tights and the blue on his wrist, and he threw a nice left right now. It looks nice and crisp. Wow, Khalil with a nice 1-2. Remember, Alex has kickboxed for a long time, man. That chin's been touched quite a few times. He's been knocked out, and Khalil does have power. Would not be the strangest thing if that happened. Now, that said, he also could throw pretty ferociously, too.
I don't think it's going to be Khalil's first punch, maybe not even his second punch. I think it's that third punch. Second and third punches are the ones that are going to reach him.
Hey, Khalil looks slick, Goze.
Yeah.
He's reaching that chin. He can knock this guy out.
Alex is so pinpoint, though. If he can gauge him and catch him coming in.
Look, remember, he knocked out Gokhan Saki, man. That's a world-class kickboxer. Fuck yeah, Khalil's fast. .340 left here in round one. Khalil's landed a few punches, but he's looking slick throwing them. Poetan's doing a good job of just getting out of the way, but his chin's been touched a few times, just barely, kind of like on the tail end. Now Poetan threw a nice right hand.
You can cover so much distance with that too.
Overhand left there for Khalil Rountree. He was not gonna be no fucking deer in the headlights, that's for sure. He's throwing, man. Leg kick there by Alex Pereira. 305, 304, 303 here left in round one. Roundtree more active of the two. Poetan kick to the face just comes up short. Khalil answers with a 1-2 that comes up just a little short as well. The techniques are beautiful, frightening, but they're just coming up a little bit short, man. But I mean, they're close.
Pereira's got a look on his face now, though, like he's taking this serious, like he's alerted to Khalil Rountree possibly being more of a threat than he expected.
There he is. I was wondering what Alex was waiting for to throw that jab. Ooh, nice head kick there by Pereira. Now he throws a leg kick.
Question from Dave P. How is Khalil's fuel tank? I don't think he can do this over 5 rounds, the power that he throws with. But right now he's looking sharp.
But they did get there early. Oh, nice by Khalil. Again, they're like landing on the shoulders, on the arms, but the punches are slick. He's covering a lot of ground. He just can't get to that chin. And now Pereira just threw a big head kick that just missed, a leg kick that just missed. I mean, really, really slick kickboxing between the two.
There's blood on Khalil Rountree's nose, the bridge of his nose.
That's amazing how Alex has been able to get that kick to the head. Nice jab by Alex, but Khalil Goze is missing with some big punches. This ain't gonna go that. Oh, nice head kick there by Alex Pereira. Khalil just eats it, catches it, and threw a leg kick of his own. Khalil with a big right overhand right that lands. 1:15 left here in round one. Each time, here comes Pereira right back at him, hunting him down. It's him that's hunting down Khalil, pushes him back to that little warning track around the octagon.
Goddard must feel like he's in a bull ring right now, just dodging bulls.
Yep. And what I like about Khalil is he'll throw 1, 2, 3, just threw a 3-piece. Again, they all came out short, but holy cow.
How do you score this round? 35 seconds left. Like, we got to come up with something here, right?
Yeah.
We just made fun of the judges.
I think Pereira maybe is just the one that's gotten more of the better stuff. He just landed a nice leg kick. Oh, nice shot there by Khalil. Overhand left. Everything Khalil throws is hard, man.
Mm-hmm.
Can he do that for 5 rounds? That's the question. And did he just use a lot of gas to not win a round, too? All right. Round one's over. Let me take a look at live betting. Khalil's got his hands up on the cage. Let's see what he looks like when he turns around. Imagine his adrenaline dump, too, man. It's a title fight. I don't even think he's ever been in unembedded, has he? He said it was, on one of the embeds, said it was the first time he was ever in that setting of a press conference. This might be a lot for him, too.
But in his life, it's been people counting him out over and over. So it may be a different scenario, but the environment, I think, is familiar to him.
John Wood told him we're doing exactly what we wanted to do. But to me, it looked like of the two, Khalil's just a little bit more spent. It looks like the bookies also agreed and gave Alex the first round. He's up to -490. Khalil Rountree at +275. They're both standing up, getting ready for the second round.
That was Hoyce Gracie back there.
All right, they come back out. This time Pereira doesn't run across and jump kick at him. Khalil still throwing, man. Really nice punches. Really slick, guys. A lot of times he pulls him back. He just can't reach Pereira.
Mm-hmm.
But he's so fast. One of those could connect, and he packs power, man. He just threw a nice overhand left. Pereira just got out of the way. I know he's got to have Pereira's respect at this point.
He's got to mix in some kicks, though, because the punches, Alex kind of knows where they're coming, where they're going to end. He's got to mix the attack up a little bit. And I really, honestly, I mean, we've seen him do it before. He should try and wrestle at some point.
Pereira threw a nice kick that Khalil kind of caught, and then Khalil threw a nice overhand right, like a right hook that landed. It was slick. Wow, Aaron Bronstetter gave Roundtree. So did Adam Martin.
It was close.
Ryan Frederick, 10-9 the other way. Yeah, man, I don't know about all that. But then again, who knows what after this one? .336, 335 left here in round two. It's still Pereira that walks down Khalil Rountree. He just landed a nice calf kick. Rountree misses with an overhand left. Again, Pereira now backing down Roundtree. Roundtree answers with a couple jabs just to get him back, just to reclaim some ground. Pereira fakes a jab to the middle, pulls it back. Roundtree with some feelers. Leg kick there for Pereira, doesn't really land. Crowd is chanting a little bit. If I had to guess, Poetan maybe. Nice jab there by Poetan. Head kick there by Pereira, although it looked like he didn't get him. And Roundtree just threw an overhand left, but he just can't get the complete shot on him. Pereira's always just out of the way. Pereira with a jab, Roundtree with a jab. Feeler jabs mostly. No one's really like cocking someone's head back or nothing like that. Jab to the body by Khalil Rountree. Roundtree Jr. is landing at 24%. So you see what I'm talking about, where he's throwing these punches. They're just not getting there. A nice little right hook kind of maybe got Pereira there on the side of the head, side of the neck maybe.
I think he's got to kick a little bit more. Man, you just feel like at any second something's going to happen here.
Yeah, a lot of tension. All right. 135 left here in round two. Both guys just stalking. Khalil again in a southpaw position. And Pereira, orthodox, both fighting for that outside spot with their feet. Oh, Khalil Rountree just landed a shot. It was right after Pereira missed with a kick to the head. It was like a question mark kick. Roundtree caught him as he was spinning around, but Pereira's already recovered.
Hit him twice. Pereira's tough, man.
Dude, how fast is Pereira's kicks, man?
And pinpoint, dude.
Well,
So
I know Rountree's no longer being questioned as to why he got the shot. He's hanging here, man. He's making it exciting. He ain't no chump, that's for sure.
He doesn't look tired, but he looks like he's losing steam a little bit.
Nice combo lance for Roundtree. Pereira, all he could do was just kind of leave his hand out there, which allowed for Roundtree not to really get all the explosion he could in on him. All right, we're at the 10-second mark here. This round's about to end unless something flashy happens here. USA champ just broke out. Oh, big head kick by Roundtree. Pereira ate it, but that was a good one.
Yeah, I'm going to give him this round, George.
Yeah, I think Roundtree wins this round because of that punch right there. Wow. Can't talk. And that last kick.
Yeah, two really solid strikes.
Look at that. Oh, right on the side of the dome, man. And Pereira just ate it. Like he didn't even, his legs didn't give out or anything, but that solidified the round for Roundtree. If some of those guys have it right and it's Roundtree up 2-0, holy cow. But I really think it's 1-1 Goze.
I think it was really close, but I was leaning more towards Poetan. I felt like his strikes meant more. I felt like Khalil maybe landed more, but they weren't as effective.
Right now, Pereira's minus 410, Roundtree plus 240. I'm watching Roundtree and he's breathing okay. Pereira's in the middle of the octagon, kind of like ready to greet him.
George, if I'm Khalil, at some point I try and wrestle, man. I think you could take him down really easily.
Rountree's not breathing hard, Goze. Yeah, that could be. But remember, he said he wanted to be true to himself in his title fight and entertain the fans.
Needs to be true to the pocketbook. Bank account.
Hey. Better touch his face. Oh, nice left hand by Roundtree in counter mode. Pereira looks like he's concerned about that. Oh, now he just took a shot to the liver with a kick. He backed up into the fence to kind of reground himself. But you can tell he's still a little concerned. It's Roundtree now in the center of the octagon, although Pereira's starting to slowly push him back. But that was no joke. Both of those shots were big, man. This is round 3 of the world title fight. Alex Pereira defending his UFC light heavyweight championship against Khalil Rountree, who's doing very, very well. And he's winning this round.
Proton.
Head kick there by Roundtree, really slow, and Pereira blocked it. But his hands are still slick and fast. Now a head kick for Pereira. But again, man, Roundtree's got a melon on him as well. These guys are eating big head kicks, though, goes that others just get rocked on.
Mm-hmm. I can't believe they're that close at moments and nobody's throwing a. That's got to be the scariest place to be in the whole world right now.
Even Goddard's like an extra step or two behind, huh?
Yeah.
He's like, I'll just watch it from here, man. These two guys are swinging baseball bats, it looks like. And there's 309, 308, 307 left here in round 3. Roundtree, in my opinion, winning this round, and I think it's 1-1. Nice left hook there by Pereira, followed by a cross. Roundtree pushes back with a punch of his own. Again, Roundtree doubles up with 2 crosses. Roundtree goes to the body.
Kind of a little bit of a lump on Roundtree's right eye.
Another kick to the right leg of Roundtree. That's his lead leg because he's a southpaw. And he's gotten kicked there in the calf a few times. Oh, nice 2 shots. 2 pieces to the body by Roundtree. So fast, too, man.
He might be up here.
Roundtree kicks the inside of the thigh of Poatan. Poatan, again, misses with this kick to the head, and Roundtree just explodes on him. Didn't really catch him, though, but, man, how can he get it up so fast? And it's almost like he's throwing it too high.
Mm-hmm.
Because Roundtree's not ducking a lot. He's just ducking a little bit, but it's just out of the way. Nice jab there by Poatan. 146, 145, 144 left in round 3.
God, you don't even want to take your eyes off the screen for a second. You just feel like at any second something crazy can happen here.
I think Roundtree just needs to abandon those kicks. Any of them that go high, like they just come up too slow. Pereira's are still slick. They both just threw him, but Pereira's landed more. He had to get Roundtree's attention. Every time you block him, man, that's a lot of wear and tear on your forearms. Remember, forearms can break from just blocking those types of kicks.
Mm-hmm.
Roundtree's very dangerous, though, with his hands. 1 minute left here in round 3. Well, 1-2 by Roundtree doesn't really land flush. That big reach advantage helps Poatan because he kind of leaves his jab hand out there, so Roundtree has trouble getting around that sometimes.
It's a nice
hit it with a jumping knee, but I don't know that it landed flush. Roundtree just answers with an inside leg kick. Pereira's kind of hunting him down, though, like he sees something.
I think he's winning the round back.
Jabbing. Maybe. 30 seconds left to go. Looks like he wants to win the round back, but will he? Those jabs do add up. Now Roundtree might be slowing down a little bit. See how Roundtree's kicks come slow goes?
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. What is that? Don't even throw those.
His reaction
now they're
time.
Swinging here in the last few seconds. Big knee for Pereira. He won the round back, I think, now. Pereira closed that round really, really strong.
Roundtree's starting to slow a little bit.
It looks like Roundtree's okay in his lungs and in his breathing, but just that lactic acid looked like he's getting tighter and just slowing down. You know what I mean? Alex looks really fluid there. He closed strong those last 30 seconds. And even those little jabs started to add up. John Wood says you got to get your respect back every time he's coming in, even throw out the jab or something. Your cardio's fine. You're ready for this. Uncork a 3-punch combination.
That's it right there. He's absolutely right. I hope he listens.
10 minutes is what I need out of you, he told him.
He's proven. You got to listen to your coach, right?
True.
Merab Dvalishvili, Zhang Wei Li, he knows what it takes to be in the corner in a 5-round title fight. You got to listen to your coach. Let's see if he does.
Nice kick there to the inside of the thigh for Roundtree. Pereira going back to that outside leg kick. And now Roundtree back to the inside of that thigh, that left thigh, the left lead leg of Pereira. That's the 3rd time now. Oh, good stiff jab by Pereira. Now a kick to the body by Pereira and a 2 across lands for Pereira. Pereira each time kind of nodding at him like, you felt that. You felt that. Kevin Ioli says 29-28 on his card for Roundtree, and Bronstetter has the same thing. McGregor is tweeting incredible fighting, and I agree, man. This is a thing of beauty, Goze.
Mm-hmm. I still don't think it makes it to the judges.
Nice jab there by Pereira. Pereira doesn't seem to be respecting Roundtree's power now.
But that kind of happened with him with Israel Adesanya too, right? Late in that fight.
Let's see if Wood's right. Uncork a 3-piece. Oh, great jab by Pereira. Another jab by Pereira. Pereira's not respecting him.
Khalil kind of looks like Marvin Hagler out there.
Yeah, and Marvin. Khalil's eyes are starting to close and they're getting bloody. Decent jab there by Roundtree. 3:10 left here in round 4. These are the championship rounds. And again, arguably Roundtree could be up. He might be taking this round off just to fight great in round 5 if it's 2-2. But we just saw in the last fight, you can't trust none of these judges or what you might think.
Gotta watch the counter here.
And Pereira just landed a nice 2-piece. Crowd erupted, but Roundtree's answering back. Pereira's now smoking him a little bit. Looks like Pereira's starting to close in on a little bit. He's landing punches and knees. Nice jab. Every once in a while, Roundtree answers with a dangerous swing of his own. So Pereira's being really, really careful. But I think he's sensing a possible ending here.
Mm-hmm. He can't see out of that eye anymore, I don't think.
2:23 left here in round 4. And yeah, it's Roundtree's right eye, the one that's getting jabbed. He's starting to have trouble seeing out of that one. And Pereira's just hunting him down now. Nice right hand by Pereira. Nice jab by Pereira.
Still so much left in this round.
Roundtree's doing a great job of covering up, but he's just not even starting to swing back. Pereira's just really, really putting it on him. Roundtree's retreating. Now he's up against the fence. Pereira's starting to smell it. Nice right hand by Pereira. Another right hand. Mark Goddard in position here, but no, Roundtree recovers a little bit. Buys himself some time. 1:39 left here in round 4. Pereira with a big right hand slips in.
He's exhausted, dude.
A nice jab there by Pereira. I think Pereira's just being patient. He doesn't want to get caught by anything. So he's going to pick his spots. He knows he has time left. 123, 122, 121, 120 left here in round 4. Pereira also making sure he doesn't burn out. They're both moving a little bit slower. But yeah, Roundtree's in trouble right now. His eyes really messed up, and Pereira's starting to swing hard.
I think Pereira's got a decent body.
1-2 by Pereira. He senses it.
Everyone's on their feet.
His hands are low. Roundtree's hands are low. at any point the ref could jump in, I think, at this point. Because his hands were really, really low. It looked like he couldn't even see well. And
He's
Pereira
fighting
now
back,
with a
though.
knee, with some punches. Oh, big overhand right for a Roundtree. Oh, shit. A couple of them for
Fight of the
Roundtree.
night, right?
Not enough. Not enough. Yeah, it is.
Head
Pereira
kick.
still being careful. Oh, great shot to the body by Pereira. He puts down Roundtree. It's over. Mark Goddard has waved it off. Surgically done by Alex Pereira. That body shot started it all, and then a nice two-piece to follow it up. It was a thing of beauty. Yeah, that was a great fight, man. And what a great attempt to win a title by Khalil Rountree. Much respect both sides between these fighters.
Please, UFC, pay these two. They deserve it. Pereira came out there. He was an absolute surgeon. You can tell he's learned lessons from the past. And Khalil Rountree just went out there and gave everything he had. What he said to the fans and why he fights and what he does, he did it, right? That's what he did tonight. He went out there, he gave everything he had. It just wasn't enough. This guy's a monster.
Man, dude, if I could only explain how good Roundtree looked early on and Pereira was able to weather those storms. He never really got caught flush except for when he did that head kick that missed. And then he kind of was in an awkward position and Roundtree just cleanly stole on him. But for the most part, Roundtree just couldn't get to the end of it all. You know what I'm saying? Because Pereira's tall, long, and he would retreat just enough. But I can't say enough, man. Like, at the end, he didn't rush it at all. And he was careful because Roundtree had one less life in him when he swung a couple times. And look at that uppercut sneaks in. And then here, oh no, he holds back on that knee. There's a body shot that just did it all. Okay, here's an uppercut. That one hurts him. Here comes the body shot, I think. No, overhand right. Boom, right to the body. That hurts him. And then the uppercut, he just collapses to the ground.
George, does MMA Junkie AI got its work cut out for him this weekend?
No, because Pereira is the number 1 pound for pound fighter at MMA Junkie. So he's active. He's fighting.
Yeah.
He's fought 3 times in 6 or 7 months, and John Jones hasn't in 18 months. Again, Dana White's argument really should be that John Jones is just the toughest man on the planet. If he says that, a lot of people will back him up because if him and Alex Pereira go into a room, there's a good chance John Jones might walk out. I get that. But as far as like pound for pound and who's fighting and who's performing, right now it's Alex Pereira and then Islam Makhachev. You got to be fighting. But it doesn't mean that you're the toughest man on the planet.
You better put your gloves on. You're going to be fighting a lot of people this week.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that?
No, I agree with you, but I'm just saying it's going to start up because this dude's name does deserve a lot of respect.
He deserves a big pay raise, dude. He's everything you want in a world champion. He looks like he's in good shape. Remember the first Israel Adesanya fight? He was tired.
Yeah. Rogan doing the interview now.
Is this one of the most difficult fights of your career? This is one of his toughest fights ever. He expected it though. Your technique and power broke through, Rogan tells him in the end. You started to break him down towards the end of the third round. And then you started landing some devastating combinations. So we're going through a translator here, and it takes a while to get the reply.
I hope they interview Khalil Rountree as well.
The game plan was to let him tire. He said he watched a lot of his fights. He said, my stamina goes up later on in the fight, so he wanted to be patient. What do you want to do next? You've expressed interest in heavyweight, middleweight. What are your plans? He likes being at light heavyweight, but he's willing to do either of the others.
Says he doesn't want to get in the way of Sean Strickland at 185. He really likes light heavyweight.
And the fans go nuts, and let's see if they talk to Khalil Rountree. They should.
Yeah. They will, it seems.
He gets a nice applause, and he smiles. What surprised you? What are your thoughts? He says, I'm grateful.
Look at that cut.
Oh, he was excited to be there.
He's cut from here to here.
He says he wasn't surprised at all. He knew he had good power and technique.
Oh. Big glop of blood just came pouring out of Khalil Rountree's nose. Picture a gummy worm coming out of his nose, but blood.
He's thanking Salt Lake. He was really welcome. And the crowd's popping. Says he'll never forget this experience his whole life. I'd love to come back, train at altitude, and give you guys another show. Joe Rogan thanks him for his time. And Annick's right. His stock went up tonight, man.
Yeah. But please absolutely pay him give him a good check. I mean, the dude looks like he was in a car crash.
Mm-hmm. Why doesn't Glover just get someone to take the picture instead of trying to do that selfie with all those?
When do they ever do anything normal? Those guys are like the two stooges.
Crazy stuff. All right, folks. Well, another one in the books. Hopefully you guys had a good time here during the UFC 307 watch along. Now listen, we're going to end our stream, but stay on this channel because the post-fight press conference is going to come up. Dana White more than likely will speak. He usually does. He's there. And you'll probably hear from a lot of the winning fighters, and probably including both champions. I don't anticipate Pereira having to go to the hospital, nor Pena. And hopefully you hear from Pennington as well. Maybe even Roundtree, maybe even Harrison. Who knows? But here on this channel, check it out. Subscribe so you can check out all the other content, some of the stuff that led up to the week, and then post-fight. Going forward, man, we turn the page. We'll be at the next show and the next show. And on October 26th, we'll be here for UFC 308 to do the same thing, another watch-along party. So mark it down. Catch our Spinning Backclick show on Monday. It's live, and we unpack all the big stories from the week. Like, example, the UFC 307 card. We'll definitely cover it top to bottom. Maybe not top to bottom, but at least top heavy. And all the latest news as well. Plus, we'll look forward to next week's big fight. Who is it? I think we got Brandon Royval and Tatsuya Taira coming up. We'll talk about all the latest news, little boxing segment we're going to put together for you guys, because obviously that was in the news. So check it out, Spinning Backclick every Monday. It's usually 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. But while Dana White Contender Series is going on, we're to accommodate the weigh-ins, it's 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. So 2 more weeks, and then just remember the noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific start time. All of it is available on replay as well, and also via the podcast form, as is our Junkie Radio show that Goze and I have been doing for the last 17 and a half years. We just did our 3500 episode with Michael Chandler and Jorge Masvidal and Big Ben Rothwell, Randy Couture, Frank Trigg, Megan Olivi, Chael Sonnen, and the list goes on and on. It was a good time. Goze, any final parting words?
Great card, great fight. Gotta give those guys their props. It was a nice ending to some suspect things that went on tonight, but yeah, those are warriors right there.
Yep, I agree. All right, we're out of here. Don't just take up space on this planet. Go out and be a champion, and we'll see you all on Monday for Spinning Backclick.